last one, and then just stitch that round the outside.
Yeah, so you keep on going, you stitch, trim off the edge. A very good morning to you. What are you doing up so bright and early? Hopefully joining us this morning. So grab your cup of tea, grab a croissant, oh, hang on. It's Sunday, isn't it? That's got to be a fry-up day, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, feeling hungry. Anyway, welcome. Whatever you're joining us with, be it coffee, cup of tea, hot chocolate, whatever, join us. Welcome. We have got so much for you today. Now, today's theme is all about your sewing for your home style. This is about let's make your home absolutely beautiful. So we've got so many fat quarters for you on this show. We've got storage for you. Then next hour, we're making a beautiful floor rug. Absolutely stunning there. Lucy's with us for that. And then we have got for you as a big treat at 11 o'clock. Am I allowed to give a spoiler? Yeah, we've got some exclusive Kaffe Fassett designs for you. So, you know, he's the king of quilting, to my mind. Absolutely incredible chap. So we've got his designs coming up at 11. Woohoo! But first, let's have a look at some inspiration for some quilts and some fat quarters. So here we've got a massive bundle of fat quarters, 26 fat quarters in this. Now this is from a company called Free Spirit. This is your Joel Dewberry collection. Absolutely stunning. Now this guy is, he studied fine arts, graphics, and he's an artist in his own right, but he's brought together through his artistry and his craft and everything else and his love of print and design, he's brought together this eclectic mix that works beautifully. Such gorgeous style and prints and colorways and shades. Absolutely stunning here. You see, you just see it all works, doesn't it? Absolutely works so well. And so they are going to work. Oh, look at that. There you go. That's them all fanned out, looking an absolute treat. The colours are bold. They're modern. They are absolutely stunning. 26 fat quarter pieces from a stunning designer. Absolutely gorgeous. If you are new to sewing and you just want to suddenly have a very large stash, perfect. Less than $4.50 a fat quarter for a top designer, fabulous. The colours are just exquisite. Look at the way they go. Absolutely gorgeous. Now we've got a book for you which is perfect if you're buying something like this and you really want to get going with making some gorgeous quilts. Look at these. Absolutely beautiful. So you see the colourways just work. Even if my hands trying to fan them out don't. The colours do, just beautiful. So you've got that mixture of geometric with floral, but then you've also got large designs, then you've got smaller ditzy designs. You've got the full range in here. It is a beautiful colour palette. With 26 fat quarters, you've got the choice to either make quilts. Obviously, you've got plenty in there for quilts, but you've also got enough for maybe a lap quilt. And then maybe you want to make matching cushions or bags or however you want to furnish your home and make your home absolutely stunning, then just go for it. Absolutely go for it. Don't even think twice, just go for it. So you can see within this design here, you can see that he's got in there that print design, that graphic design, but you can see that actually his love of colour and print just comes through. Absolutely gorgeous. So classic designs in there with a modern twist and vibrant colours. Absolutely stunning. This is one that will never go out of style and will brighten up any home. So in order to get these, your code here, OYRW71, and it's 109.95. Look at how much you are getting. 26 fat quarters. Look at all of these. It's a mountain. It's just beautiful. Really beautiful. All of these, and just in colourways that work. Your pinks, your purples, you've got your turquoises in there. The whole lot is in there. And this is everything. That's what it looks like, all fanned out. So we opened one up. We might get told off because it never goes back into that beautiful bundle. So we have really fanned that out so you can see some of the designs. So he's got this passion about fabric, this designer, you know, he really knows his stuff. He's come from an artistic family. You know, his mother was an artist. He was allowed to express himself artistically all through his childhood. And I think that really shows he's grown up into this fabulous artist, and this is what he's delivering. When I did my research on him, what really came through was how well respected he was by his peers, by fellow designers, that he really did rise to the top. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the harmony in those colours. It's absolutely beautiful. Yes, the design styles are eclectic, but they work beautifully together. Modern but timeless, I think. And that's the thing, isn't it? You want that with a design. You want that with a quilt. You want it to be something that is loved and used for years and years and years to come. And this does it. It's going to be an uplifting design no matter what you use, because the colours are there. The warmth in the colours is there. It's just exquisite. So OYRW71 gets you these, and they are stunning. Can you imagine your yoga bags in those? Nice. Those big floor cushions that we did the other day. Nice. Now, 26 fat quarters. I'm going to show you a book now about fat quarter quilts, which is here. This is a lovely book. This is your traditional fat quarter quilts by a lady called Monique Dillard. And she's bringing you 11 new projects here, but using fat quarters. And what I love about this book, it's only $11.95. What I love about the book is that it's like a recipe book. So she gives you a tutorial on flying geese, one of my favourite ones. So on your flying geese, the best way to show you this, here we go. Here we go. She studied maths. You see, that doesn't surprise me. That really doesn't surprise me that a mathematician finds quilting, because it is... Here we go. So that's your flying geese. It shows you how to do the patterns. And then that... Oh, look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? But here she tells you the materials. So your main light fabric, you need 3.5 yards. But your dark fabric's 20 fat quarters. And then you've got your backing. So this is your shopping list of everything that you need here for this quilt. She gives you all the cutting instructions, everything that you need. And then down here, down the bottom here, it shows you how to put them all together. This is real good step-by-step stuff. And look at that, absolutely lovely. Now, other ones, for each one, you see, you'll get your full shopping list. You'll get alternatives. So imagine these. For me, it's how different a quilt is going to look in different colourways. So how different these are going to look in these bright, bright, exquisite colours. So here, you get all of your instructions as to what you need. So medium fabric, you need 6 fat quarters of those. You need dark fabric, 6 fat quarter patterns. So, you know, you could get this and go, right, I want to make my medium fabric out of the pinks and my dark fabrics out of the purples or the turquoises, and work your bundle like that. But it's just gorgeous. So you've got 11 different designs in here. Absolutely gorgeous. They are traditional but fresh, and when you mix it with gorgeous new colours, absolutely stunning. So the layout is all there, shows you exactly what to do, And somewhere in here, it shows you, there's a chart to show you about how you can then step it up to whatever size you want. So whether you're doing like a king size quilt or whatever you're doing, or a lap one, it gives you all the sizings for that. Really lovely book. So if you're into your quilting, patterns galore there, 11 of them there in your traditional fat quarter quilts. It makes sense. You know, when you just get a book where it's beautifully set out and logically explained, that's this book for just $11.95. AXSP 28. Nice. Now, here's the thing. When you get your fat quarters we've got lots of fat quarters, by the way, on the show, so do have a look. You don't have to get 26 all in one go if you don't want to. You can get them in smaller bundles, although this is rather lovely. Let's have a look at how we're going to keep them nice and safe. So, fat quarter bags. You love these. These have been so popular that we've brought you a variety of colours now to go with them. So, under £10, a nice little gift for under £10. For £8.95, you get your fat quarter bag. The thing I love about this, see-through. Oh, yeah. Now, when you open it up, what you'll notice is 3 different compartments. Doesn't have to be like that. These are Velcroed in. So you decide if you want them bigger, narrower, and then you've got pockets at either side. And so you can just divide it however you like. It's entirely up to you. Oh, they're pretty, aren't they? We've got these on the show. They're rather lovely, aren't they? Oh, we're showing them later. Show them later. Put them back in there. But a great way to keep all of your fat quarters all pop in safe. Maybe you want to do it by colour, by style, by design. These would all fit in there, all sort of partitions. So you could, we just looked at the book and it said medium colours, light colours. Then you could put your medium colours, light colours, dark colours. You could separate them up and have them all organised. Do you know what? I do crave to be organised. One day it'll happen, but this is a great step forward for that. So you've got obviously your clear cover there, and then you've got 3 separate compartments. If you wish, or not. It's entirely up to you how you want to do it. If you want it narrower, then just place it like that. However you want it. You are absolutely in control. And it's a little patchwork design. It's pretty, isn't it? So you can keep your stuff for your patchwork quilts in your bag that is sort of quilted. And I have to say, safe, it's plastic. So, or it's got sort of a PVC sort of type finish, so it's going to be really safe to store. It's not going to get damp. It's not going to get anything. And of course, if you're sewing on the go, then that's absolutely fine too, because you can it's got your handles. You just take it with you wherever you go. Maybe you're off to a quilting workshop. You want to take your fabrics all organised with you. Absolutely fine. Pop your rotary cutter in there or whatever you need, and off you go. Nice. So this one, it's $8.95, and that's for your pink, beautiful, pretty one there. Now you see today. This one's my favourite today, I think, because it matches my top. But it's your grey polka dot, very, very popular. So we've brought it back for you. Already selling very fast, this one. So do grab it. But look at these. So your fat quarters just sitting beautifully in there. We'll show you these fat quarters afterwards. Plains. Plains are so important, aren't they, in your quilting? Really important. I'm learning this because it then makes any designs that you have absolutely pop. So we've got some gorgeous plains there. But here we go. Obviously, the fat quarters don't come with the bag. You just buy the bag and then you fill it with your own fat quarters. But again, you've got your removable... They're the same design. Each of the 3 bags are designed the same, with your removable and adjustable compartment, strip, separators, whatever you want to call it, and then 2 pockets either side. I love this colour. This would work really, really well in my craft room. Decisions. But of course, here's the thing. How often do you search for things And it's like, oh, you have to open up all sorts of different boxes and bags and this, that, and the other because you can't see. Well, here you don't have to because you can see exactly what's in there. You can, if you're organising by colour, you can put all the colours through in there and keep all the colours together. And then you can organise it in rainbow. You can do so many quilters. The quilters who I've met who are the most effective have invariably organise their fat quarters by colour. It's like a coated cotton. It's perfect if you're sewing on the go. It's got all your fat quarters that you can take with you to your workshops, or they just keep them all so that you know that all of your colours. Maybe you just want a bag full of your plains, and then when you get your joel one, maybe you want to have a bag just for your joels and just for maybe your plain fat quarters that work with these colours. Maybe you want to mix it up that way, and you can really get organised. I've had my producer says, does the book fit? Let's see if we can get Monique in a bag. She might not like that. So hang on, let's take that out. Take out my strips. If it doesn't fit, Producer Paul, I'm blaming you. Oh, look, she fits in the... Okay, perfect. So now you know that for one of the things that one of your designs maybe, and look, you can then fit the strips over the top so that when you're going off to your quilting workshop, yes, you can fit in the lot. In they go there. Nice. And then off you go. So Monique Dillard's book is also available. Oh, this bag, by the way, £8.95. It's a bargain, under £10 for keeping all of your goodies nicely organised. I like. We did a little bit of research. Polka dots so in at the moment. Especially the grey, it's really this season very, very popular. So if you're after I don't know that spots ever go out of fashion though. I mean, they're super in fashion at the moment, but there's never a time when you sort of think, oh no, it's not spots this year. It'll knock spots off every other thing you have. Right, let me put those in there. £8.95 CDGQ 97. But that's not all, because your craft rooms come in a range of colours and beauty. So we've also got you pretty blue floral. Let me spin that around so that you can see the pretty design. You may already have something similar for storage colour-wise. I've got a lot of this colour. Isn't that pretty? So you've got all sorts in there. You've even got hearts in the background, which I hadn't noticed first off. And you've got the florals. Nice. Isn't it pretty? Let's open it up. What a great gift. Have you got a sewing friend? Do you know what though? I would have this as like a going away bag as well. So you can put all your makeup in one bit, and then your toiletries in another, toothbrush in another. Job done. Perfect, I would say. I like. £8.95. YZGQ 98. Lovely. And all the fat quarters obviously sold separately. They don't come with the bags, but you can get them on the show today. So £8.95 there. YZGQ 98. Cool. Now, we are still less than 3 weeks old. So a lot of you finding us every day. We're having brand new customers. Thank you. And if you've just found us, good morning. We are the Sewing Quarter. We are dedicated to your sewing, patchwork, dressmaking, quilting needs, everything that you need. We're that one-stop shop for you. Now, what that means is, how do you get in touch? Firstly, if you want to email in during the show, you are very welcome to. If you've got some beautiful makes and quilts that you've been making, I would love to see them, especially as today we've got lots of different quilts. Then please do get in touch. You log in on the top right-hand side, you log in and you'll get to this screen. When you go watch live, you'll get to this. Then if you scroll down, message the studio. That's where we find that. So type us in a little message and send it. That comes straight through to producer Paul upstairs, who is ready and waiting to hear from you. What's he typing? Please send us a message or email the studio. Oh yes, if you want to email the studio, that's how you would send us beautiful photos of your work. What else is he writing? Oh, the email is studio@sewingquarter.com. Gosh, he's quick, isn't he, up there with the old typing? And then underneath, you'll find everything that we've just shown you. You'll find all the fat quarters that we've got on the show, the quilting books. Oh, I love that. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's all on there. So email us, which is studio@sewingquarter.com, and send us in your pictures. If you want to just message the studio and have some, you can fit a lot in those bags actually. Show us that picture again. Yeah, the bag picture. Look at all those fat quarters in there. That's ram-packed full, isn't it? Nice. Sorry, I digress. Yes, so message the studio or email the studio. Send us your photos of your makes, but only send them in if you're happy for us to show them on air, because we will. We're like that. And when you want to order, either go on the website, obviously all the items on the show under there, but also bear in mind that we have pages and pages and pages of fabrics that you can buy by the half metre. And then also, if you want to get in touch, then down here, the free phone number, 0800 112 4433. You can buy phoning that number. It's a free phone, UK free phone number. And it's the UK-based call centre. The staff are fully trained. 1 takes you through to buying, and 2 takes you through to the help team. So if you've got any questions about anything, then just ask them. If you're buying fabric by the metre or whatever, and you're not sure, just go and talk to them. Now, come with me, because we're going to go and look at some more fabric. Because, you know, we can, and we do. Oh, hang on. Let me take that with it. Ha-ha! Now, where to start? Oh, my goodness. Should we have a look at this? Excuse me, I've got a malingery cough. It just isn't quite going. Now, here we go. These are your fat quarters. We've talked about having those plain fat quarters that you just keep in your stash, that maybe you use as a lining, maybe you use to intersperse heavy patterns, and just make your more expensive designs go a little bit further. So here we go. Look at these. Now, obviously, they don't come sewn together. We've done that for ease of showing you. And lovely floor manager Amy has ironed all of these this morning. Bless her. That's what she was doing at 6 o'clock this morning. Isn't this lovely? So this is your winter berries? Yeah, winter berries. £9.95. But you get all these gorgeous greens in there as well. Nice. So all of these, 8 fat quarters there, in all your plains. I like it a lot. So perfect for quilting, craft bags, linings, cushion covers, toy making, anything that you're doing that you just need that blast of solid colour, because you've got that vibrancy in there. Absolutely throw it in. You know what I think it would go with very well? Just throw it out there, because obviously this one here is a heavier pattern, but I just want to show you, before we give you the details of this, look at the greens. Can you see? Here we go. So you've got the greens in this, but if you wanted to intersperse a bit of colour, then you've got these greens. Nice. So we've got those greens working beautifully. Now, this is the berry floral, which is $14.95. Let me show you those, because you get some plains in there as well. But I just wanted to show you that the greens from this collection work beautifully with this one. So within this collection, obviously you've got the florals. But look, you see, you've got those ones where I would be mixing the greens in with that. But then you get these lovely purple palette. So within this Fat Quarter bundle, look, you also get these gorgeous purples to work through with it. So look, can you just see how that's really going with that? There. But then if you want to bring in these different purples and mix those through, there's that sort of almost grey that we've got in that flower there. And then you've got the blues that you've got through that one. Gorgeous. This is your berry floral. It's $14.95 because you've got the floral patterns through there as well. Absolutely lovely. WPGQ 26. There's more. Here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Ooh. Nice. Now, this one, you've got your shades of pink coming through here. Now, this is your rose collection here. Aren't they beautiful? But you know what I'm seeing already? You know the Free Spirit Joel Dewberry that we've got? If you wanted to make that collection go a little bit further, then look, you can match it out with your plains. This is what I mean. You know, treat yourself to the gorgeous designs on the Joel Dewberry. Okay, this is Joel Dewberry, but if you want, and we've got 26 of his for 109, but if you're buying that and you really want to make it go further, then buying something like this just means that you can match that pink in and have that splash of bolder colour. This is another one here from the Joel collection here, which, if you can just see, works so well with that. And actually, look, you can pick up that colour through there. Here we go. So you've got, here you go. So this in here, let me move those. Let me move that out of the way so we're just concentrating on this. This rose collection, stunning. You've also got 3 different shades of cream here. Can you see that? Isn't that lovely? So whatever the background of your fabric, because sometimes it is a stark white and you need that, like this one here. You know, you'd need that white to go with it. But sometimes it's a softer colour and you start bringing in your creams. But then if you want more of a buttermilky one, gorgeous. And then we go to a full-on sort of sand colour there, which is, keep going back to this Dewberry. Look at that. I think that works beautifully. In fact, you could mix that and that in with that, couldn't you? Now let me show you, they're all the rose shades. They're $9.95 for all of those. But you see, this is what I mean. When you get your storage, maybe you want to get that beautiful Free Spirit collection with the 26 Fat Quarters by Joel Dewberry, and then mix in this Rose Quarter bundle and mix those colours through so that your Fat Quarter bundle goes even further. And that's the absolute joy of it. What I'm doing is trying to find for you the colours that are going to work so well together. So we've already seen that all of those colours there work with that one Fat Quarter there, so you can really make that go further. Maybe you want to do a bag in that and then line it in something like that, or the pink. Because I realise that, you know, at home when you're just looking on the computer screen, you might not be able to see those colour matches that we've got coming through. So we've got that. Here we go. I'll show you the John Dewberry in a moment. But look, you see, you can really get those going together. But then, why not throw in something like that hot pink, and that yellow together. And we know that it's going to go because, look, within the same collection, we've got that hot pink working. And that's how I would be starting to look through all these things. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's your rose. That is $9.95. And if you think of all the florals that you've got at home already in your collection, then your rose is beautiful. Now, I've shown you a lot of the Joel. Let's have a look through these. Right, I want to show you these one at a time because they are just stunning. 26 fat quarters here. Less than £4.50 from a top designer. Yes, please. But that's why it's important to get your plain so that you can really stretch it and make it go further. So let's have a look. So we've got here some of your geometrics. They're nice together, aren't they? But then maybe you want to go and throw in that floral. I'm going to open this one up because I want to see. They're bold, but you know, really rather beautiful. I want to see this one because we're only seeing a snippet of its design. So I'm going to open this one up. Look at that, aren't they gorgeous? That could almost be daffodils, couldn't it? I'm sure that you at home is that upside down? There we go. I'm sure that you at home know exactly what flower it is, and it's not a daffodil at all, but you could take a snippet of it. Say you were fussy cutting with your quilting and your applique, then you could take just that little bit there and have that. So there's lots of inspiration, but you've also got that as a larger print there. So we've got that, more geometric, move that in. But then, so you've got your purples and your pinks. And then look, oh, absolutely gorgeous. I'd love it. Do you know what? Throughout the show, I will show you each of those different designs individually because they are so exquisite. Now, a little update for the storage. The grey dot, which was our fave, is everybody else's favourite. Absolutely loving it. I'm going to take these with me and put these in. I'm sorry, I'm just ruining the display. I'm going to put these in see how many fat quarters I can put. Ha ha! Yes. Here we go. So, this is our favourite. It's your favourite. It's everybody's favourite this morning. So, let's see how many we can fit in here. I feel like it's a challenge tash this morning. So, these are our fat quarter plain fabrics that we've got for you. There's the rose there. We haven't looked at that one yet, so we'll put it onto the side. Let me pop that in the middle. Oh no, down the side there. And then let's see. So we've got 8 there. Let me see if I can fit in a 26. I'm going to put all my purples together. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Now, to get a bag for under £10, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Is really rather good, to my mind. Absolutely gorgeous. I can never fold them back again. There we go. Sorry about that. Then let's go into the pinks. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Oh, I do like that. So you can be filling. Let's go more pinks. So you get the bag for £8.95, but we're now seeing how many of these luscious fat quarters. Oh, that's nice too. We can fit in. So you see that with these fat quarters, you're getting all sorts of different styles, designs. Pop your book in as well so that you can sew on the go. Oh, maybe you want to put those in like that. Or like that. It's very spacious, isn't it? Hang on, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got another 8 there. That's 16. We've got 26 in the Joel Dewberry. I must get his name right. I'm not thinking this morning. Sorry. Think, says producer Paul. Right, I want to... Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a bit special, isn't it? So this is really spacious. I'm stuffing this full of loads in here. Hang on. Maths, please, producer Paul. If I get all 26 in here, plus another 8... takes us up to 34, plus that 8 takes us up to 42 fat quarters. This in one bag. This is good storage. This is excellent storage. very contemporary. Do you know what? If you've got like a pink workroom or something like that, the grey's going to really work. Oh, look at that. Sorry, I get distracted. There's greys. Oh, that's really nice. Look, there's greys in that fat quarter bundle. Have we looked at this one yet? Not yet. We'll come back to that. Right, okay. It's nice to know everything's mixing, an absolute treat. Keep all your colours together. So you see, what I was saying about, we're going to fit in here easily over 40 fat quarter bundles. When you're quilting then, that means that you know that all of these colours and the collections go together. Look at that. So CDGQ97 on the website, they've stuffed it pretty full too. $8.95 for this. Just gorgeous. I'm still going. Look, I've still got... There's room for more. There, okay. Here we go. So, that is 42 fat quarters in there. And I've still got plenty of room up there. I could fit... And actually, do you know what? If I shove that up a little bit there, there's room for half of that one in there. And then you pop the book underneath or over the top. Nice. We have got multi-buyers on this. Oh, that's nice. That just makes me happy. That's lovely, isn't it? So then you can put all of your planes that work with all of your different patterns together. This makes me happy. $8.95. There's a lot of you multi-ordering on this. CD Joel Dewberry, CDGQ97. Joel Dewberry is the designer for these, and I think we can all agree they are rather stunning. The more I look at them, the more I like them. The more I see in there, the more I go, yes, that really works. Maybe you're making things for other people, and you know that they've got sort of this great... you see, this is quite masculine. Don't just think pinks in there for girls and just see the... Look at that. I think that's quite masculine. That's like the quilt's already been made, isn't it? So you can see that graphic design background just coming through in there. But you see, that could be for a masculine gift. And then with the fat quarter planes, you could just do sort of one of those as the lining. So, hey, Joel Dewberry is coming up on your screen. He's down the bottom. That's his enormous fat quarter bundle collection. We're looking at 26 fat quarters. They're the ones I've just been stuffing in here. CDGQ97. You can also fit your book on top of there. That is not even full. You've got all that space there. Nice. And off you go. So on the go. I like that. Oh, let's have a look at the pink one, because that's got things that we haven't even looked at yet. Now, let's have a look at what we've got in here. We haven't shown you all the fat quarters yet on the show. They were the rose ones. So the rose ones you've seen, but they go... Hang on, I'm going to put them in there because they go really beautifully with the Joel Dewberry, so they can go back in there. Nice. I'm organising this morning, you can see. Now, here we go. This is our fat quarter bundle. This is the one that we've got up on our rack over there. So, contemporary designs. This is a bit of fun. Absolute fun. You have a look at that. I'm going to grab this from here because I want you to see the actual design. So, on here you've got here balls of wool, knitting needles, scissors, yarn. You've got crochet hooks, some pickers. You've got a wheel of pins in there. You've got safety pins, thimbles, heart buttons. You've got all sorts. The more you look, the more gorgeous little things you will see in there. You've got a embroidery skein in there, safety pins, everything. Everything, sewing paraphernalia, stitching, quilting, whether you're into your knitting, your crochet, your embroidery, this has got it covered in one fabric. But you get 2 fat quarters in this collection. So maybe you want to make your own storage and your own bags, then you can, because you get 2 of the pattern designs, but, so there you go, 2 of those, but then you see, you get your plains. So you've got that navy that's picked up in there. Then you've got that sort of aubergine tone. Now, where did I see that? That was in there. I saw it. It's in there. But then you get that sort of deep teal, which is on... There we go. Oh, director Richard says that the aubergine is a deeper shade of the pink, so it's there to contrast and go with the pink. Nice. We'll make a designer out of him yet. And then you've got that light blue. So here's what they are. That's what they look like, all fanned out beautifully. BOGQ 25, 12.95 for 6 fat quarters. 2 printed, 4 plain. It's a nice mix. It's a nice start if you're just building up your stash. So that's what, a smidge over £2 a fat quarter. So a great value range, actually. Nice. Nice. And that, of course, fitting in your pink bag, an absolute treat. Is it wrong to buy your fat quarters to go with your bag? Well, I'm just thinking I would possibly... I know that you can see, because it's clear there, you can see everything that's in there, so you can see all your colours. But I was just thinking, because we've got... like all the... Do you know what? Get in touch and tell us how you organise. I'm so fascinated in how everybody organises their material, because I haven't quite got it right at home. This is the second most popular. I think because, you know, if you're putting your stuff in for your patchwork, it's kind of a patchwork. You see, maybe you want to put all your pinks in there, and then you'd go to the pink bag knowing that it was pink. And then in the blue bag, you'd put all your blues. I don't know. How do you do it? I'd love to know. So this one is under £10. And again, we fit, in the other one we put 42 in, didn't we? And then we added in an extra 8. So that's 50 fat. You can fit 50 fat quarters per bag. That's a lot. And then it's keeping it clean, dust-free. It stops it from all getting confused. You know that they're all going to be kept absolutely perfectly. You can stack them. So actually, this is brilliant. So much. Hang on. Let's just see if we can. Oh, and if you're not using, just flatten them down. You can see we've flattened them. That's why they're creased. But you see, when they're full, you can have them stacked like that. It's going to look nice, isn't it? I'd then want another grey one and then work those through. Nice. Maybe actually you want to put the blue in. That's nice, isn't it? Nice. Okay, so here we go. So the pink fat quarter storage bundle, it's down there now, £8.95. That's the blue one. Oh, that's the blue one. Sorry, that's the blue one. That's that one. Pink is that way. It's all around the wrong way. Pink's there, blue's there, grey's on the website. Which one do you want? Now, can we have a look again at the Joel Dewberry fab fabrics? There they are. Can we have a look at these? Please, producer Paul. Please, because I want to have a look at them. They are gorgeous. £109.95 for 26. Joel Dewberry Free Spirit. This is the range. He's, I think he was quite lucky because he was the second of 7 children. His mother was an artist, so he's kind of got that in his blood, hasn't he? So he's developed all of this, his passion early. I think his parents really helped with that artistic flair. But he studied fine arts and graphic design, and I think that really shows through in here, because you've got that geometric, but then actually this bees and honeycombs really popular at the moment, but in a real fresh modern way. But then So these are your kind of turquoises with a splash of mustard in there. Producer Paul, this is another one you're going to like. Look at that. Oh, yes. Now, yeah, you see, director Richard has just said 60s, but then I'm going to throw in a floral. Ooh, into the mix. Nice. But then if you're going, okay, so then why not pop in something a little bit more plain? Or maybe you want, what would you make out of this? Quilts galore, the yoga bag that we made. What else would you make? Cushions. Because that's the joy of it. Okay, if you have a lovely sofa, but it's just a bit plain. In our house, we have a plain sofa, and so it's the fabrics in the cushions that I brighten everything up with. But you can put these different designs together and know that it's going to work. So if you want plainer styles there, we've got those. That's everything. I'm just having a play with some of the colour. Very, very popular, Joel Dewberry. I'm not surprised. Look at the... Oh, hang on. What about mixing those in together? They're a bit special, aren't they? Nice. I don't know how he does the whole different but works together thing. Would you? Now you see, then you could move on to having that and then mix those in. But then you've got the grey in there to throw in. Gonna throw in a bit of a curveball. Hello. But it works. Nice. This is just some of your 26, all different, but I think we're starting to see they all work. They're sort of your mustards and your turquoises that we've looked at there. I've got to give you an update on the bags. Grey is still the most popular, followed by the pink. Hey. Makes me sad there's not much love for the blue. It's got a little fat quarter in there we haven't looked at yet. Let's have a look. Let me take the fat quarter out. We'll have a look at that in just one moment. Here we go. Let's go fat quarters first. Let's have a look at those first. Do you want to have a look at this one? Yeah. So, spots and florals always work. They always work. Have I got the right one here, Producer Paul? Yeah, autumn blossom. Here we go. So, look, you can have maybe your lining in the spots, but then have the beautiful florals. So for each one, you've got the polka dots, and then in the same colour scheme, you get your florals. But then maybe you want to mix them up, and instead of having, those together, maybe you do want to add that warmth with that sort of burgundy colour. Nice. It's quite masculine. Do you know what? Actually, for our Christmas party, director Richard came in a shirt that sort of colour, didn't you? It's nice. Good cravat colours, say the boys upstairs. Boys are getting involved today. Thank you, boys upstairs. That was Tom the cameraman. Look at this. Nice. Oh, you want... Hang on. Director Richard, that one, is that the one you want the shirt in? You'd have to buy a few packets of your fat quarters to get a shirt. We could do your patchwork shirt. That'd be nice. Oh, you could line the cuffs or just do the collars and the cuffs in it. Nice. Hey, look at this. That's lovely. $14.95 for those. XEGQ56. One more that we haven't seen. For the fat quarters, which one? Which one? These ones. These ones were in my mix in with the Joel Dewberry mix. $8.95. So in with these, you've got a lovely cream. Now that's going to work beautifully, isn't it? If you want to mix it up with that one. Then you've got and that one. They work well together, don't they, too? See, this is it. Make your fabric just go that much further. Then you've got that grey in there. Lovely. These are all 100% cotton. Look at these greens. Nice. So just intermingle, mix and match them. Hey, maybe that bundle there, that says Christmas to me as well. Nice. But then you see these are sort of your neutral, natural tones. They're really handy just to have any old time, aren't they? And then if you're doing something more masculine, that grey is lovely. But then grey, we know, mixes and matches in anyway. So like with the Joel, could you match? No, it's a bluey one, that's a grey one. But do you know what? Sort of autumnal with the greens in there. $8.95. I think a lot of you are matching your fat quarters to your bags. Nice, why not? LFGQ 30. So $8.95. What we're looking at next? Oh, the blue bag. Here's your blue bag. Do you want me to show you? I think it's so pretty. There you go. That's the design of the blue bag. I'm not going to show you the inside because it's exactly the same as all the other insides with your two dividers. But the thing is, you can see through them. That's the main thing with these. You can really see through. Carry handles. All of the bags, $8.95. We've got 3 different designs. We've got the blue. That's the blue, which is up on the screen there. $8.95 there. There we go. Oh, we want to look at it, apparently. So you've got a nice sturdy webbing handle there. You've got some pretty designs. Hey, look, there's a fat quarter for that, isn't there? So there we go. You've got some blues, hearts, florals. Only $8.95. Then you've got... Now, bearing in mind, in these bags, we've put 50 fat quarters in one of these bags. That's good storage and a book in one bag. 50 fat quarters in here. How much room is your fat quarter stash taking up at the moment? Here, there and everywhere. Organise them. But not only that, you see, because you've got the pockets at the side, you can pop your rotary cutter or your scissors or your snips or whatever in there. No, you've got a pocket. So you've got a pocket on either side. Nice. Very nice. So there we go. This is your blue bag. $8.95. Grey's still the most popular. We put 50 fat quarters in the grey. Nice. It's pretty. So pretty. So this is your grey spot bag. There you go. You've got there. Grey spots it's in the shops everywhere. Incredibly popular all around. But we didn't see a price under £10 for your grey spots. $8.95 here. Hello. And nobody put 50 fat quarters in theirs. Ha! Oh no. Lots of multi-buying going on for these. I'm not surprised at all. These are fab. Should I put it all back in? Or do we want to see the last of the Joel Dewberry collection? We'll have a look at that in a moment. But CDGQ97 is your grey spots. Grey spots. Thanks for joining us on a Sunday morning. This has been a nice, gentle show to just ease you in. Have a look around, see what storage you need, get what you need. Lucy Brennan's with us today in just a moment. And she's brought us, got a bit of a treat for you next hour. Now, the pink, on the screen at the moment is your pink flat quarter. Hey. It's a quilt already done for you, isn't it? Nice. These are going to be water resistant. Nice. KNGQ57. So each of these are exactly the same size. They're just different designs in terms of colour, not in terms of size or anything like that and pattern. So you've got 2 zips, by the way. So if you only want to go into that bit, then you can just open down one side and just get into whatever fat quarters you've put in there. But you can just really put it full. So then you've got your handles there. Boom, 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 off you go. Pop your book in, your fat quarters, off you go. Sewing on the go is what we're thinking about today, but also about how to keep your storage safe, dust-free, dirt-free, out of the way. These could go under your beds. If storage is an issue, these can just go, slide under your bed if you need to. And then, of course, if you're not using them, just flatten them down. That's fine. You can do that too. And actually, underbed storage. These would be fab. Now, I'm allowed to show you now the rest of the Joel Dewberry. So we've looked at all of the teals and the mustards. Now, let's move into the wonderful world of pinks and blue. I didn't realise with Joel. Now, look, here you go. If you want to go slightly more masculine, you've got that. But then why not throw in a spot of that? Or, woohoo, throw in some pink and go really crazy. Because look, you're picking up that colour there is in there. So you can just see how yes, they're eclectic, but the patterns work. Maybe it's the patterns that you want to match. Then maybe, work with those together. Like that. If you're buying something for over £100, so when you buy something like this, keep it safe, get your storage to go with it. These and more will fit into just one of the storage bags. Now maybe you want to go florals. Nice. Oh, I opened that one up. And then look, we've got this hexagon print coming in again here. Yeah, we like that. Look at that. That's gorgeous. And then, so you've got all of these colours just working so well. Look at those. That's everything that you're getting. 26 fat quarters by Joel Dewberry. This is part of your Free Spirit Atrium range. Just stunning. £109.95, under £4.50 a fat quarter for top quality. This is a lovely heavyweight cotton, by the way. This is absolutely gorgeous for all your crafting sewing that you've got there. What a lovely weight cotton that this is to work with. Absolutely gorgeous. So make sure you pop it in your basket. OYRW71 for such a stunning range. That modern, fresh look. Absolutely stunning, and it really works. Now, Lucy Brennan is coming up next. She's waiting in the wings. She's bringing us all sorts of quilty goodness next hour. So I will see you with her in just a moment. See you in a bit. Bye-bye. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
My name is Lucy Brennan and I'm a quilter. I teach quilt classes and make different sewing projects. I started quilting about 5.5 years ago, and I'm mostly self-taught. There are some quilters in my family who I got some tips from, but I mostly just practice and just had a go. I've always done some embroidery, so I've always done some stitching, and I've loved crafting and creating different things, but quilting has definitely become my main passion. My favourite thing to make is definitely quilts. I love that it's something that people use. They can be used for lots of different things, and my kids play with them and we sleep under them, and They're colourful and bright, and they're all over my house. My best tip for people sewing or quilting is to not worry about being too precise. It's just doing it and enjoy the process of doing it, and have fun picking fabrics, and just enjoy the whole thing. I want to work with Immediate Media because they're well established, they're a big name in the industry, and I love their whole ethos and everything that they're doing. The favourite thing that I've made is this little toy cat, which is one of the first things that I made when I started sewing again. And I made it for my son, and it was just a pattern I think that my mum had got from the newspaper, and I didn't have a lot of fabric, so I used the jeans and I made this little pocket and did some embroidery on it and put his initials on the back, but he still uses it, and so that's why it's one of my favourite things that I've ever made. I think this will help expand the sewing and quilting industry. I think it's really nice that we can reach out to people and show them our different designs and patterns, and that they can follow along and make things at home and buy good quality products. I'm looking forward to working at the Sewing Quarter and getting to share my designs and getting to see what the viewers have made with the patterns and with the fabric and everything.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects. Welcome back. We are sewing Homestyle today here at the Sewing Quarter. So we've shown you your fat quarter storage. We showed you some beautiful Joel Dewberry collection there, 26 fat quarters that we had on the previous show. Lucy Brennan's with us today. She came in, took one look at that and went, "Ooh, that's a bit good." But I tell you what else is a bit good, and that's this. And this is what Lucy has made for us today. She's going to show us how to make a floor rug. Absolutely stunning. Just look at that. The design on this, we've already had our floor manager offer us some money for this. She wants to take it home. We're going to have to frisk little Amy on the way out because, do you know what? It's really rather... Just look, look at that. Now, you see... You say floor rug, I say in the middle of a great big double bed or something. And I can imagine my cat curled up about there. That's what's happening in our house. But look at the colours. Do you know, when we first brought these colours to wear, this fabric to wear, I thought that it was quite a young collection. But actually, when I look at this, I realise that it's just bright. Think... airy warehouse apartments would look gorgeous in there. Or do you know what? Just a plain white bed and that on it. Just gorgeous. Do you want to see the fabric we've used for it? I say we, like I had absolutely nothing to do with it. So I just want to show you the fabric very quick. There's Lucy. Hello, Lucy. These are the fabrics that we've used for this. So we're going to be looking at all of these today. These are your all-over fabric Papillon range. Did we discover Papillon is butterfly in French or something? My French is pretty dreadful. You've got your paisley, you've got your Papillon down here. Up there, down here, up there. So this, here we go. Beautiful. And then the backing of it, of the rug, was done in that. But then look at the different colourways that we've got. It's bold, it's brilliant, it's wonderful. And then look at these. We will go through all of these fabrics in detail. I'm just giving you a little sneaky peek because look at the little doves on here. Doves and hearts. Gorgeous. There you go. $5.45 per half a metre. Let's go meet Lucy because she's standing there all by herself. Lucy, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mwah. Mwah. Good to have you here, bright and early.
Yes.
It is good, bright and early is good.
It is good.
Yes.
After a coffee.
After a coffee, we love bright and early. How much did you love this fabric?
I really, really enjoyed making this. I had a lot of fun playing around. There's lovely bright colours in there, which I think work really nicely. And then the sort of focal print has a nice Scandinavian sort of a feel to it.
Yes.
Yes. But brighter, you know, in nice
I hadn't seen that because of the brightness, but now you say it. Yeah. What we're going to do, because there are so many different fabrics in here, we'll just cruise through them. So the various different fabrics will come up just to the right of Lucy's head. There we go. So this is the paisley in blue, which is this one here. And we'll just work our way through them. So as the graphics change, we'll let you know which one it is. But that's the blue. That's your blue paisley. All available by the half metre. I love this because it means I can have as much as I want in a continuous length.
Which is great.
Which is great. So if I wanted to make a dress out of that, I just buy 3 metres. Job done. I just put 6 in the quantity because that's 6 lots of half metre. Nice. $5.45 per half a metre. KOMY 96 gets you the blue paisley. Ooh, where do we even start with a design like that?
Well, I started with a very rough sketch in my sketchbook.
Oh, do you? Is that how you did it? Is that your
that's how I
design
did
then?
it.
You didn't find that somewhere else? You went, I'm going to make this.
No, that's my design. I was given the triangle ruler. So that was sort of my starting point, was using this ruler. And so I worked out the measurements of what I wanted to do, sketched out the look that I wanted to give it. And the central part, if there are quilters watching, will know that it's based on like a Lone Star design, which is a very traditional quilt pattern.
I love the names. Lone Star.
Yes.
Sounds a bit like the Lone Ranger.
It does. And that traditionally that's made up of lots of little diamonds. It's quite intricate. Nice. And we're doing it in a much simpler form and doing a bit of strip piecing, which is nice and easy. So.
Oh, good. Where do we even start?
So, to start off with, I've cut some strips, and this is for the central part of that star. So the part that has the different points.
Shall I go and
in
get it?
Yeah, you can
and then
get
we
it,
can
and
show
then we can show
exactly what we're talking about here. Because I thought this was the edge.
So everything in it is made up of triangles, bar this sort of border.
I assumed that was the border.
No. It's a similar thing used for the border. But so that's a triangle there, that's a triangle there, and then these are triangles as well.
Oh.
So it's built up using the triangles. So it's like in rows. This part here, which we're doing first, is the first row, and then these 3 triangles make up the second row.
I'm completely showing my ignorance here because I assume that you'd just stitch itty-bitty little triangles together.
I could have done. It would have taken an awfully long time.
That's why I've been so impressed.
Yeah.
So it's like, wow, the time and effort that's gone. But you've got to cheat then, haven't you?
Yes, I'm basically cheating.
Awesome,
yes.
All for that. Now you say it, I can see, yes. Beautiful.
So the block is actually this larger triangle. That's the block that we're making, is this larger triangle.
Suddenly, this is now doable for me.
Excellent, that's what we want.
Well, more doable than I thought it was going to be. Okay.
Well, I'll show you how,
You're going to show me how doable
very
this
easy
is.
it is.
I'm going to keep this here for reference and the fact that I love it.
So to start off with what I've done, I'm just going to check my measurements here. Yes, I've got 4 2.5 inch strips. So I've cut these from the full length of the fabric. I haven't cut off the selvages. The selvages are still on there.
Can I just show the selvages for a minute? Because there's a clever thing on the old selvage. You get these, which show you all the different colours that are in the fabrics. And then you know that, oh, look, I know that that colour's in there, and you can mix and match them. Number 5 is the same as number 4 there. And then you can match the colours, can't you?
If you wanted to mix in some solids, or if you have other fabric you want to mix in with it, you can do that really easily.
That would go with the rose fat quarter bundle that we had on the earlier show.
It would, and that's a lovely vibrant pink as well. So I've just sewn together the 4 strips. So using a 1/4 inch seam, I've just gone down the whole length of them and sewn the 4
How wide
strips
were these
together.
to start off with?
They were cut at 2.5 inches.
So like your jelly roll strips, your 2.5 inch
Yes.
quilter's friend, I like to think of it.
And then I've just sewn those together all the way down the length. So I'm going to show you how to cut using the triangle.
Nice. So these are all Makower fabrics, 100% cotton. These are a lovely weight, aren't they?
They are.
Because you said that this is a floor rug, so you're expecting people to walk on it.
Yes, or for a cat to lie on, or a dog to lie on, or something like that. If you just have an area that needs brightening up,
yes,
you know, lay it down on the floor and
nice,
and just add a bit of brightness to it.
You know, actually, over the back of a sofa as well, have it draping through would look beautiful.
And because of the shape as well, I think that would look really pretty. Or an armchair or something like that would look really nice.
Actually, a baby's mat to have on the floor, if you don't want them going directly on the floor, the bright colours, absolutely stunning. Now, sorry, we digress. Let's have a look.
That's okay. So I'm going to cut out the triangles, and the first one is slightly different from the rest.
Okay.
Because the first one you have to cut this side as well.
Okay.
So I'm just lining up the bottom, and then using the rotary cutter.
Now, the ruler is £12.95. It's down the bottom of your screen there, your triangular patchwork ruler. If you're going to make this floor quilt / beautiful bedspread plus whatever you want to call it, cat blanket.
Multi-use. Cat blanket.
My cat, well, only because he'd be like a magnet on here.
My cat loved it.
Yeah, you see?
My cat loved it.
It doesn't make it sound great, but let's face it, Hugo would be all over that.
Yes.
He just would. Okay.
So I've cut that bit there, and then for this one, I need to turn it round and just trim off that to trim this bit off.
So you can cut it safely?
Yeah, so you need to cut it away from you. So just make sure that doesn't shift.
So this triangle is doing the hard work for you?
Yes.
Oh, I like that. Yes,
and it's got all those angles, you know, it's got that nice angle. There we go.
Done.
So that is the first row of our block. So then, as you're cutting these out, so you just need one of these for each block.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
And I've got 8 blocks in the centre there. So now with the rest of your strip, you don't need to turn the fabric around.
Oh, you're
cutting it.
Cut.
So you just cut.
Did you sew
an
these...
upside down one?
Yeah.
Which means
Gives
that
you
then.
The contrast.
Oh, I've not quite cut that. Sorry.
I might not have been concentrating fully, Lucy. Did you say that you sewed these salvage to salvage?
I did, yes.
Right.
Because I'm going to trim that bit off anyway, so I don't need to bother cutting this off.
But that's so it is the full width of your...
So full width. So 4 2.5 inch strips, the full width of the fabric.
So this isn't a fat quarter type design?
No. No,
this
and then
is for your...
the other strips we need to cut at different widths. So I'll go into that in a second. So you can see there, I've got the 2 different triangles. So that I've got the paisley on top on this one, and then the paisleys on the bottom on this one, because we're just moving the triangle template as we're cutting.
I see.
So cutting this way, and then once that's cut, cutting that way without having to move. You're just staying there and just moving your template.
This is so much simpler than I thought. Do you know, I think that's what has put me off quilting, if I'm honest, is that it just looks so hard.
And I think it's just understanding how things are constructed.
Absolutely.
And working out where the blocks are, and
I
then
would have
from
been
there
there
it becomes much
with my little
easier.
2.5-inch diddly bits.
It would have taken
Having
you
an
a very long time.
Yeah, no, it would have done. I would have been
done.
weeping into my sewing
And
machine.
you can do lots of different, you know, if you wanted to just cut squares from that, you could.
Nice.
Rather than piecing each block, you know, if you piece the strips together and then cut out.
Well, that's a whole other design, isn't it?
Yes.
If you then put squares at the bottom there, and then you'd have other shapes to fill
in between. Yeah. So many possibilities.
It's
just learning those techniques. So then
which is why we've got the sewing quarter. Which is why we can do this. And
yes.
This is brilliant.
So then to make up the block, you also need to cut just some of the plain. You need a print,
right?
And to just cut them on their own, if that makes. So these are These were cut from 8.5-inch strips. So I didn't piece. Obviously, there's no piecing in here.
Because
it's just the fabric.
2 inch, 2 inches, 2 inches, 2 inches is your 8, but you've still got that seam allowance, the 1/4 inch seam allowance, which ups it to 8.5.
So if you want, so these are in the design, these bits here. Obviously, there's no piecing in those. So I've cut the triangles just using the ruler from 8.5-inch strips.
Nice. So this one here is that one there.
Yes.
And this isn't a fat quarter project. This is for your fabric by the 1/2 metre. And so you buy it by the 1/2 metre because then you're sewing it from salvage to salvage. So
for the pieced ones, and then for these ones, I've cut 8.5-inch strips from this colourway and from the other colourway. So I cut 8.5-inch strips, and then using the template in exactly the same way. Yeah. Just on the 8.5-inch strip, I've just gone along and cut in exactly the same way.
So you were sent 1/2 metre of each of the fabrics?
Yes.
And came up with this?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fab. So if you go home, if you at home want to make this, and you get 1/2 metre of each of the fabrics, you can make this. QJMY. And the rest have just disappeared off the screen.
So that was from the 6 patterned fabrics.
And that was from that.
And so for each block that we're making, you need 2 triangles cut from the 8.5-inch strip, 1 triangle cut from the 2.5-inch strips that we've pieced, and then you need 1 other triangle. And for this one, it was 2 strips that were 4.5 inches.
Nice.
So 2 strips, 4.5 inches. Then only have the 1 seam instead of the 3.
So when you add them all up, as long as the height is the same by the time that you've cut them, you can do any mix you want.
Yes, you could do less, more, so long as it adds up to the finished bits will add up to 8.5.
I get it. Yes. Okay.
So that's the design.
Nice.
That's
Look
the block.
At that. Isn't that pretty? Just pretty. So,
and of course you could change the design up if you wanted.
Oh, nice. Yeah, why not? Mix it up.
You could mix it up.
So, if you want to make this at home, obviously you can watch this back over the rest of the day. It'll be on our website, sewingquarter.com, where it gets looped. But if you need to fast forward, pause, reverse, or rewind, as it's commonly known, then shows how technically savvy I am, doesn't it? If you'd like to reverse the programme, then you can watch it on YouTube, because we upload, at the end of the day, we upload everything onto YouTube, and then you can fast forward to get the measurements. Yes. But of course, there's no point in having the measurements unless you've got the tools. So the ruler that was just on the screen there is coming. There we go, £12.95, SJGQ16. Right tools for the job.
Yes.
So she'd be there like me.
Yes,
snip, snip,
and
snip.
you can't. The longer rulers sometimes have the angles on, but this just makes the job so much easier. And obviously this triangle is a, what kind of triangle is this one, Natasha?
So that's
isosceles triangle. Didn't want to say that, get it wrong. So that's an isosceles triangle.
Lovely
So
triangle.
that's tricky.
2 equal sides.
Yes, to cut the right angles just using the straight ruler. You know, having these ones makes it much easier.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Because yes, you could use this ruler. Because for me, this is the first ruler that I will buy.
It's the first ruler that I bought.
That pretty much anybody start, because you want to cut strips of fabric, and for your 2.5 inch strips, you need this. But if you, like you say, if you want the easy way, obviously, yes, you can just use this because you've got the angles there and you can line it all up. But obviously, if you want to make it really easy, and if this is the first thing or one of the first things you're going to make, just get this and the triangle.
Yes.
Rather than just struggling because you've gone, well, it's the first thing. So I'll just, for me, if you want to do the triangles from the oblong ruler, that's more advanced.
Yes, and it's tricky to get an isosceles triangle anyway. Using that one.
$13.95 gets you this, details there. But then down the bottom of the screen, because I feel you need both for this, is your triangle ruler, and the details are down there. So the tools that you need for this basically are on the screen, is what I'm trying to say, in a really long-winded, ham-fisted way.
Okay, so we're going to sew these together.
Yes.
So that, if I just grab that one, like that. And I will just mention, and I apologise, I should have said this earlier, but hopefully nobody's started quite yet. Pressing seams is very important. So when I sewed the strips together, I pressed my seams open.
Oh, okay.
So that it will lay nice and flat. And then this one, again, I pieced, those are the 2 4.5 inch strips.
Yep.
And I pressed that seam open there as well.
Nice, okay. I love this.
Okay, so should we sew these together?
Yes.
So in quilters terms, when we're making a block, generally speaking, we sew things in rows.
Right.
So that's all we're doing here. It just so happens that they're triangles, not squares. So that is our top row.
Yeah.
And these 3 make up the bottom row.
If you want the triangle so that you can do this at home, here it is, here, and there it is on the screen there. So £12.95 there. It's laser cut, apparently.
And I'm just going to swap that over because I didn't want the 2 paisleys together.
No, that's fair enough.
Being a bit fussy.
Was this easy to use?
Very easy.
So it's laser cut for an accurate and smooth finish.
Yeah, and I'll show you as well. Obviously, we're using the full height of the triangle, but if you wanted smaller triangles, you just line up this measurement with the edge of the fabric. So if you wanted 7, you'd line up the edge of your fabric with the 7 inch mark. And, you know, you keep going all the way. And if you wanted to do tiny ones...
Well, that's what I would have been doing, isn't it? If you hadn't have taught us the strip method, I'd have been there going 2.5 inch. Okay. Okay,
so we'll sew these together.
Yeah.
So the trick with triangles is, and what often people will do, is try to match up the corners.
Right.
But if you match up the corners, when you fold it out... it doesn't quite work. What you need to do, what you need to do is start 1/4 of an inch down. And the easiest way of doing that is to take it to your machine and find the spot where these sort of overlap. I'm going to exaggerate it so that it's clear. So you want your needle, your seam, to be running down the point at which these 2 overlap.
Okay.
And so you've got 1/4 inch down the edge. I'll show you on the machine, but it's hard to see because it's only 1/4 of an inch, so it's quite small.
Yeah, tilly tiny.
But you want it so that you've got 1/4 inch down here, and these little dog ears, you're starting at the 1/4 inch mark, but this one will be sticking out basically.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
You'll see why when it all comes together. So I want to get this, so the seam is going to be at 1/4 of an inch
Okay, so you're lining it up and you've got your quarter of an inch.
There. I've got my quarter of an inch foot.
Yeah.
It's very, very hard to see because it is so tiny. No, but so the seam's going down there, and that the point of the triangle behind is showing up behind that blue one. So that dark, where it's darker blue there, that's the fabric behind, and it's just hanging.
Nice, by a quarter of an inch.
Hanging up by a quarter of an inch, so that your seam is going down by a quarter of an inch. So I've set my machine. Yeah. This is the quarter-inch foot on this machine. Which really helps, and I'm just sewing it. It really, really helps, yes.
Jane's messaged in. Thank you, Jane. She's quilting at home.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
Oh, she's quilting for her niece's baby. It's lovely to have a reason to quilt, isn't it?
It is.
Something... Well, because that means that it's going to be an heirloom.
Yes.
Yes. Kate's messaged in as well. Thank you. Who else? Kay. Sorry, not Kate. Kay. Hello. She's loving Joel. Why do I keep calling him John?
I don't know.
It's
got John on your mind.
Joel. Joel Dewberry. Joel. Good name, though.
It is. So I've just done a little back stitch there.
Okay.
And trim that off. Now, and then you can see at this end, as well, that's hanging over.
Yes. Both edges?
Yes.
Excellent.
So that we get nice points.
Oh, perfect
there
points.
At the bottom.
Look at that.
Move that out of the way because I cut that the other day.
Nice.
There.
So points both ends over that way and over that way. The ruler is very, very popular, the triangular ruler. It's one of those things that if I'd have bought this before today, I would have just sat and looked at it.
Yes.
And not known, but now
yes,
you've given me something to use it for. I'm going to be all over that.
Yes, good. Yes. And you'll see that I've got the little dog ear at the end here. I want to leave that on while I'm sewing my rows together. Okay. And you'll see why in a moment.
Now, the bird's fabric in red is what we're using here. They're all on the website. They are all underneath. If you're watching live on the website, underneath it's kind of like a shopping list for you, done for you underneath on the website. So it's all there. That's called red.
It's kind of very pink.
It's a very pink red.
The hearts are red, sort of almost maroon, aren't they? A deeper red.
Shades of pink and reds in there. Yes. So that's the birds. That's this one. That's this one here. And again, all of them are on. So you just need a ½ metre of each of the fabrics that's on this hour, and you can make this. Exciting time.
So we'll finish sewing this row. So I, at this point, put it back to see which way this triangle's going to go to this one. Okay. Because it's very easy to sew it the wrong way while you're looking at it. So I just check, okay, that one's going that way, and then I'll fold it over, and I know I'm sewing down here. And then again, what we want to do is just move this so that the seam is going to be running ½ inch along here. So where those two fabrics are going to meet is the point that we want to sew.
Excellent.
So it's just hanging over. Sorry to do that. It's just hanging over there. So you can see the white bit there. It's just hanging over, and this is where the seam's going to be. So we want it ½ inch away from the edge, but you will have a little bit extra.
So you'll sew from there, then down that side quarter. Oh, I get it.
Yes.
I get it. Right. Okay. Nice. Now, whilst Lucy sews that, let's have a look at the website so that you can absolutely navigate your way around. So, on the website, underneath where we're live, and there we are there, explaining about that ½ inch. And then underneath, you can message us. Hello, say hello. It's always lovely to hear from you. Then underneath that is all the fabrics that we've shown you on the shows. Everything that we've got on the show is there. So if you're after the paisley, you've got that. This is available. All of the materials on this hour available by the ½ metre. So you can get 10 metres, you can get 2 metres, you can get 1.5 metres. It's entirely up to you. You need a ½ metre of each of the fabrics for this design. But then if you want to do some matching cushions or something like that, bung in an extra ½ metre. Nice.
So you can see there that those points are over, so those dog ears are overlapping each other.
Yes.
And that's what we want. We want a bit of overhang. Okay. Which if you're sewing squares, you don't. Obviously, you want those corners to match up perfectly.
But triangle's a different beast.
The triangle is a different beast, and you don't want those points, as you're sewing them together, to match perfectly.
Okay. I'm glad you told me, because I would have.
Yes, so don't,
been in a right old mess.
And then you have that little dog ear hanging down there at the bottom. So now I would give this a press, and because there's a sort of standard rule of pressing the seam to the dark side. However,
to the dark side.
However, I do think it's dependent upon the block that you're making and your block construction, obviously.
Okay.
And the way that you press your seams you need to think about how you're constructing the block and how those seams are going to nest together, or is it going to create bulk, things like that.
You see, these are the questions that you need answering before you go at it and then go, if I'd have known that, which is lovely.
And it will just end up very it just ends up very lumpy, and then it becomes difficult to quilt when you come to quilt it.
And then it will just be delegated to the cat.
Yes. So, for example, with this one, where I've got the pieced triangle, if I were to press this seam that way, can you see here, I'm going to have a lot of extra bulk where I've got that seam.
Yes.
If I press it in that way, I'm creating bulk there unnecessarily, just because this one was lighter, if people were following that sort of a rule. So, whereas if I press it open there,
press
I'm
the
just
way that makes
reducing
sense.
that bulk. So,
did you want me to press it?
That would be lovely.
I've got the iron here, ready to go.
So if you're have a look at how your block's made. Think about the piece that you're adding next, and that will depend where you're going to press. Now, how you're going to press your seams.
The word press is key here, isn't it? We're not ironing it. We're not pulling this out to the side.
No.
It is literally just pressing the iron over the top. I learnt that when I decided to yank it to get it, nice and open, and made it all a bit
like up, down. And it's even more important with this because obviously we're working with triangles. We've got bias edges, not quite bias because it's not strictly 45 degrees, but it's just a bit. It's a bit.
When you work on the bias, you're working at a 45-degree angle to the selvage, which means you get that stretch. So that's if you're going, what's the bias? Because I didn't understand bias for a long time.
If you can see, if I'm now ruining my own work, but if I'm pulling on that, it's got more stretch than, here.
Yeah.
Doesn't have as much, and here has more. So if I'm ironing this, I'm going to be distorting that triangle that I've so nicely cut with it. No, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. So
I'm going to go look at fabric.
Okay,
in a moment.
well, I'm just going to do the last part of that block, and that is to piece the top triangle with the bottom row.
Nice.
So when we do that, we're just putting them right sides together, and because I've left the dog ears on either side, I can match up the angle of those dog ears, because if I was sewing it straight, you don't want to obviously be doing it from there, because then when you come, you've got all this extra then on that side. So if I'm matching up the angle of the dog ears there with the points of this triangle, I know that that's going to be perfect when I flip it.
Working in triangles are a whole different beast to working in squares.
Yes,
Only just got my head around squares. Okay.
And you can see quite nicely here from that dog ear there to where we're going to sew the triangle, from the angle of that dog ear. Sorry about that.
You're going to go from there then, aren't you?
Yes, you're going from there. And that is your 1/4 inch.
Nice. And of course, this project been made so much easier by having the right tools.
Yes.
So get your strips cut with your big long ruler, and then get your triangles cut with the triangular ruler, and off you go. These are flying out. Your triangular ruler, £12.95, and that one I think is £13.95. They're all on the website. Take a look. Who's messaging Producer Paul? Anne. Oh, she says, Hello, Anne.
Hello, Anne.
She's going to have a go at quilting.
Yes. Yay, that's fantastic.
Lucy is so inspiring. That's you. Amazing.
Thank you. That's really, I'm so passionate about quilting, so passionate about patchwork, and being able to bring techniques to people and to inspire people to quilting absolutely makes my day.
Brilliant, brilliant. Sonia's messaging. Thank you, Sonia. She says, good morning, Natasha and Lucy. Good morning.
Good morning.
She's on her third coffee. That's more than me.
That's more than me, actually, and I've been up quite a while.
She's had lovely products today, aren't they?
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Today's a real kind of, we've got Kaffe Fassett.
Yes, we've got even more coming up. I was going to say that.
Oh, come on, more messages. Thank you. Wendy, hello, Wendy.
Hello.
Loving the channel. Yes.
Great.
And same with Anne as well, loving the channel. Oh, okay, question.
Yes.
Do you wash the fabric before you make the rug?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Now you've asked. I believe that it's personal preference.
Right.
I'm not a dressmaker, I'm a quilter. And I personally don't wash the fabric, largely because I just want to get on and sew with it, but also modern day fabrics have all been treated, so they're colour fast. It does depend on the type of fabric. Batiks, for example, which have been hand dyed, are not colour fast, so you would need to wash those first. But most quilting cottons are colour fast.
So we're washing for two reasons. Firstly, to make sure they're colour fast, and secondly, for shrinkage.
Yes, I tend to use cotton wadding, although I switch it up. Sometimes I use polyester. It depends on what I'm making. Yes, just for fun. But I do like using 100% cotton. And when you wash it, then, which this hasn't yet been, it will all, because the wadding will shrink slightly as well. It will all sort of shrink the same, and you do get a nice crinkly finish on the quilt, which I really like.
And that makes you want to snuggle into it, doesn't it?
Yes, so it's just personal preference. I don't think there's a right or wrong. I know some colours like red, particularly purple, because that has a lot of red in it, may sometimes bleed, but I personally haven't ever experienced it. I've done a red and white quilt, which is quite traditional, and I didn't wash the fabrics beforehand, then panicked because somebody told me that they would run, and then washed all the blocks that I'd made and had no problem whatsoever. I didn't have a bit of colour run on it.
If you want peace of mind, wash them.
There you go, for safety. If you want
like
to.
Lucy, you are impulsive and just can't wait to get going, don't bother.
And that's just my experience, so I'm not... Don't quote
I'm going to go look
me.
at these.
Okay, so I'm just going to sew along. So I'm just sewing 1/4 inch from there to there, sewing the stripped piece onto the bottom row with the three triangles.
So you get one Mahusif block.
And just matching up those angles there. Nice. And I'll know where to start sewing because of that angle there. That's where I'm going to start, 1/4 inch.
You sew, I'm going to show you the fabric, because the fabric is the star of the show, apart from Lucy, obviously. So here we go. Excuse me. Right, these are your Makower fabrics. So that means they are, as we just said, 100% cotton. The range is the Papillon range, so butterflies. But you can see in here how the colourways work. You've got, they call it blues and reds. You've got corals and all sorts in here. This is your blue. This one here is your blue paisley. So that's £5.45. KOMY96. I love paisley. I love a bit of paisley in my life. It's really beautiful. This is a heavyweight cotton. This is why Lucy's been able to use this for a floor rug, although I don't think I would let anybody stand on that floor rug. I might actually just hang it on the wall. I think it's really pretty. Anyway, but this is so this is a lovely weight cotton. When you get it home, you'll absolutely feel the quality in it. Just the way that it hangs so beautifully. And it really is a good durable cotton here there. So that's your blue. Now you can see in there the pinks and that zesty lime coming through in there as well. You've got all these beautiful colours which are then shown in the other fabrics. Which one to go to next? Oh, this one. Let's have a look at this. I want to put this one next to it because I want you to see how the colours really go. So this one here Look at that. You've got this blue that's coming in here, there. Now you've got two options. The other one is the coral. Corals, oh, shall I get the coral? Because that's the one that's on the screen. Okay. We'll come back to that one later. If you're going for the coral paisley, then look, you've got those two match. So this is your coral one because you've got the coral butterfly in there and you've got those teals mixed through in there. But you see, I just want you to see how these colours work together. And then, I know we can't show you all of the details of all three on one go, but you just see how this one that we had on the screen a moment ago, that's your Papillon, goes with the paisley, goes with the birds. Now these are the birds that we've now got up on the screen for you, £5.45. Each of these patterned fabrics is £5.45 per half metre. It's just so that you can, I just want to show you how these colours go. So here we go. That teal in there is in through there, is in your bird. Oh! Do you know what I've just spotted? The birds and the birds are the same design. Oh, nice. So they've taken that bird detail in there. That bird detailing in there, we're going to get that close in just 1 second there. That bird detail there is the same, but just in different colours. There. Nice. Good. So you see you've got, and this is why this range works so beautifully together. Gorgeous. So not only do the colours go, but the detail within the design works too. So you've got these little chaps here working with this. Absolute treat. Gorgeous. Oh, what to go to next? Let's have a look at the other bird one. So let's pop that one back there. Here we go. So here you can see these bright, this is called the red ones. Here we go, so these ones here, of course going with the other range, but these are your pink birds. Now they work so beautifully with the blues as well, but it's all working in gorgeously. LGMY73. These are your birds. £5.45 per half a metre. Now, of course, Lucy got a half metre of each of these pattern fabrics. Nice. Of each of these pattern fabrics, and that's all that she's used to make these. Apart from, I will just ask you, because Lucy, I'm coming back, how much of the blue plain fabric did you, because it's all backed in this blue, isn't it?
Yes, it is
rich
backed.
Royal blue.
I have to confess, the measurements for this are slightly bigger than the width of the fabric.
Okay.
So I pieced a strip onto the backing.
Right.
And also I will just point out, you will have some left over.
Oh, nice.
From that. I didn't use all of it. So all the pieces I'm demonstrating with are what was left over. So you could piece those together if you wanted to you know, and put them on the back.
Or have matching cushions.
Yes, possibly it was 1.5 meters. It could have been 2, but you would have a lot left over of the plain. But then plain is, the value is fabulous.
The solid colour here is £3.25,
and it's really, really lovely quality.
Now we've picked out this blue for you. This is our nautical blue, but do take a look out on the website, because if you wanted to maybe pick out another colour, we've got, I think it's something like 64 different plains that are available by the half metre on the website. So check it out. But otherwise, on the show today is the nautical blue, £3.25.
And I had put that on social media the other day, this colour, using it as a background, and everybody was saying what a beautiful blue it is. This is the blue that
blues are quite tricky sometimes to get real good blues. Navies, I know, are another colour that sometimes we struggle to get with as a plain. But so this nautical blue, lovely. £3.25 per half a metre. YGMY83. So if you were following Lucy...
That's the colour.
That's the colour. Yes. That's Lucy's blue.
What I'd done was I'd broken a needle, and then I couldn't find the tip that had broken.
Oh, I hate that.
It was my error that I'd broken the needle, but I couldn't find the tip, and obviously I have children and a cat, and I was so worried. And then as I was putting binding on, it just appeared on the quilt I was making. I couldn't believe it, the tip of the needle. So I had to put it on there and take a picture of it to warn people about
the error that you'd made.
Yeah, and what I'd
but
done.
Actually, the fabric ended up being very popular.
Yes, yeah,
lots of
very
messages.
popular.
Thank you. Now, well, let me read the messages. It's not just a thank you for the messages. We're going to read some. Wendy and Kathleen. Oh, another Wendy. Says how beautiful the rug is. Everybody loving the rug. Absolutely loving this rug today. Thank you very much. And so many of you loving the fabric in the rug. I'm not surprised.
No,
it's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is beautiful. Right, I'm going to show you. So I've just very quickly pressed this, and I've just pressed the seam from the we've sewn these 3 triangles to this top triangle, and that seam I've just pressed upwards.
Okay.
So now we're left with dog ears either side and dog ear at the bottom. Right. So I'm just going to trim those off very quickly. So I'm going to use the longer ruler just along the edge.
So is this just cutting
and
back
just
on
literally just trimming off those. And because when we sew these together, this doesn't help us in any way. We don't need these any longer.
So whereas before they were a guide, now they are redundant.
Exactly, yes. So we don't need those, so we'll just trim those off.
There's just something nice and therapeutic about it, isn't there? Just getting all of your blocks and just trimming them all off.
It's lovely, and this is really very, very simple piecing in a way, and it looks far more complicated than it actually is to sew. So now we've done the top part of the block, which is here. And when thinking about construction, it might appear that I've sewn all those blocks together and then added this border, but I haven't, because any quilter looking at it would recognise.
No, I wouldn't. I thought that you added it on after.
Sorry.
I'm so wrong, aren't I?
Sorry, I'm just making assumptions which I shouldn't. So this is actually the block.
It is.
Okay, so that whole part there, I'm going to do it again. There is the block. So I'm adding these strips to each block.
Can we just see that one more time from just further out? So
from the central point here, out, this is the block we've just made up to here. Those are the 2 rows. All the way out to here is actually the block back up.
Wow, that's huge.
So all of that part there is the block.
Okay.
So to do that, we have to add more strips to the bottom of the triangle. And there's a bit of a trick to this as well. We might need to just move that slightly.
Director Richard says it's like slicing up a cake.
Yes, it is. It is.
That appeals to me because I like cake. Okay.
So for this bit, I've pieced these together, and you could actually use any width of strips that you want. If you use bigger strips, it's just going to make the rug bigger. For this one, the paisley was 2 3/8, and those were 2 1/2. So these are just fractionally smaller. However, there was no rhyme or reason to that
just
particularly. It was just letting these pop out a little bit more. But this is the 2 1/2. These were the 2 1/2 inch strips that I sewed earlier, so I'm just going to use that for the purposes of the demonstration. And of course, you can use any strips that you want to.
Okay.
To make it easier, 2 1/2 inch strips.
All right. Okay. Yes. Let's make that the standard.
So then, piecing this bit, you don't want to start from the edge,
right?
Because obviously we need that angle to continue for the triangle. So what you want to do is place it and then use your long ruler to check that once it's trimmed, we're going to have the full.
Oh, okay.
Can you see?
Yep.
So I can actually go a bit further if I'm not wanting to be wasteful of fabric, which of course we don't want to be. So if I sew it along here, and then I'm going to trim it using my ruler. And the same, obviously you want to check both sides, but because I've done the full, we're imagining I haven't cut any of this. If this is the full width of the fabric, I know I'm going to be okay on that side.
And so
I'm just going to check
You don't move that so that that's in by a quarter of an inch or anything like that?
Here nor there. It's only a tiny bit.
Okay.
And it's going to go this way, so it's okay. So I can just check that. That's fine. So this is where I want to sew. Because you'd be tempted logically to be putting it here, but then obviously
you run out of fabric.
You're going to run out of fabric. So you need to just check that. And then I'm just going to pin that into place.
Gosh, this is brilliant.
And the handy-dandy thing here is you can also, while you're sewing, just check your 1/4 inch seam, because you're going to be running it over the point there where the triangles meet. And if we can get a close-up on that bit, please. So here, I've got, it's hard to see because I've sewn with white thread, but you can see there where those seams here and here meet.
Yes, there.
Okay. As I'm sewing this seam along here, I'm sewing the triangle part to the strips. I want to make sure that I'm either sewing through where those points intersect, or ever so fractionally into the seam allowance, so that when I turn it back, I'm not losing the points of my triangle. Okay. So these works as a guide.
Lucy Brennan.
Yes, but these are the kind of tips that are going to make your quilt look more professional. Yes, and you're not losing the points of your triangles. So you want, as you're sewing the triangle block to the strips, you want to make sure that your 1/4 inch is running through where those points intersect, or ever so slightly into the seam, because when you fold it back, you can lose points within your seam allowance, also dependent upon which way you press your seam.
Yes.
So if you go ever so slightly into the seam allowance of where the point meets, when you fold it back, you will have the perfect point of the triangle. So I'm going to sew that quickly and then show you.
When you say it, I think, yes, of course. So obvious.
Yes.
So obvious now.
Yes.
If I were sitting at home trying to do this for the first time, not a chance. Not a chance. So that's why it's perfect to have, well, do you know what? If you just joined us, that's why we have the Sewing Quarter, because it is a dedicated place to learn such tips, hints, expert advice. And this is what we're making. This is so that you get those perfect points. And I think we can all agree, perfect points on this. And this is all down to having that triangular ruler as well, which is what inspired all of this. So £12.95 for the triangular ruler. £12.95 SJGQ 16. I feel that this is the hero of the hour. I'm just looking to see if we've got anything white I can show it. Oh, here we go. So you can really see what's going on here. So if you want just a 2 inch, then you would just line your fabric up there. If you wanted obviously to add in your seam allowance, then you go down to the 2.5 inch line there and cut from there.
So from the bottom edge of your fabric, that's where you're lining up your measurement, yes.
So, I mean, it's laser cut, so you've got great accuracy with this. I think that's the key here as well. You've got the centre point there all labelled as well. Really good.
There's lots that you can do with this ruler as well.
This is just the start.
Yes, and if you're using a cutting mat and a rotary cutter, you absolutely need the acrylic rulers.
Next hour, we're all about the cutting mats, the rotary.
There you go. You can talk about that.
Got all of that.
So now I have this very oddly shaped sort of thing going on here.
Oh, nice.
So I've sewn that, and
looks like the world's most bizarre pyramid.
Threads out the way. I've actually been a bit cautious, but you can see I've not lost the point.
No, the point is in there. There it is.
And I will demonstrate. If we can get a close-up on that, I'll just show you. I have been slightly cautious. So although the butterfly's disguising it nicely, there is an ever so slight gap between the point of the pink triangle and the seam. So what I would do
notice like that, but you would notice if you chopped off the end of your triangle.
You'd very much notice if you chopped it off. I would just leave that, because to me that looks like a point. However, if I was feeling perfectionist, which I may well be, I would just go back and just sew that seam.
Okay, in just a fraction.
So
I guess
that my point is perfect.
It's just reinforcing it,
and it depends how perfectionist you are. That's really what it boils down to. So I'm going to trim this off.
Okay, whilst you do that, we've had a message from Sue. Thank you, Sue. Great tools, great fabric, great inspiration. There you go. Job done. This ruler, I think, is great because of the bright yellow. You can always really see. Now, Lucy, another question that someone has asked.
Yes.
We touched upon the wadding.
Yes.
I've got wadding on the show. I've got cotton wadding on the show.
That's what I used. So I've just trimmed that side. So I've just lined up the ruler with the edge of the and just carried on through the strip. I'm going to do the same on the other side, but I'm going to turn it round so that it's facing me, so that as I'm cutting away from myself.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you use cotton wadding so that then if it needs, you don't pre-wash, and then if you need to wash it, you know that the cotton's going to shrink with at the same rate as the cotton fabric. So we've got cotton wadding on the show. Now, cotton wadding is nice luxury, isn't it? It breathes. If you're doing this for a child or anything like that, it's got that breathability. It's that little bit of luxury, because you can get polyester ones.
Yes.
They're less expensive.
Yes.
But if you want that beautiful breathable cotton, $39.95, and you are getting a whopping, well, over 2 meters of this, nearly 3 meters.
That's a great price for that size, and you will have a lot left over if you're making this rug. Okay. So you would have enough to make some baby quilts or other projects. Oh, okay.
So don't be scared that that's only going to do one project. And that's going to do multiple projects.
Yeah, we have other sizes available as well. But I prefer to buy bigger.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home, because then I've got wadding to use for other projects. Yeah, if you're just buying wadding for the size of it. If you're quilting a lot, if you're sewing a lot, if you know you're going to be using wadding and you're going to be making more than one project, it's nice to have the wadding there.
Well, it is, isn't it? And also, you know, you can't always get this, so you know it's good to have. $39.95, QIEQ05, and it is just worth saying that it's only 2.95 P&P, no matter how much you put in your basket. It's 2.95 P&P per day.
And with the cotton wadding, sorry, I did just want to mention, if you wanted to pre-soak it, you can. You can just soak it in the bath. If you wanted it to shrink up before you used it in a quilt. And then
just hang somewhere?
Just hang it to dry. Some people like to do that. I like the crinkled
look.
I love the crinkle. A lot of quilters recognise that texture of a newly washed quilt is just lovely. So I do like a bit of crinkle. It's not hard crinkle, a soft crinkle in my.
It's going to be soft because it's your cotton.
Yes.
We are nearly out of time.
Okay,
what else do we need to know?
Very quickly. So that's the block.
Yes.
So I've made 8 of these.
Awesome.
And I've just sewn them together. To sew them together, I sew 4 to create a half.
Yes.
Then I sew another 4 to create another half, and then I put those halves together.
Amazing.
So I'm sewing one straight line down the middle, and then you can match your central points. When you're sewing them all together, going down the middle, you can start from the centre. So you can mark that centre and go one way, go back from the centre out and go the other way. You can just do it in one straight big line if you want to, but there's a chance you'll not make the middle part meet.
You're going to be back in an hour with some beautiful Kaffe Fassett fabrics. Oh, was I not meant to say? Oh, sorry, I was meant to keep that quiet. You see, I can't keep a secret. So exclusive to the Sewing Quarter. Thank you so much.
You.
I'll see you in an hour.
Thank you.
But I'm going to show you some storage, some mats, some cutters and all sorts next so that you can make beautiful things like this. Join me in just one moment. Bye-bye.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month.
My name is Lucy Brennan and I'm a quilter. I teach quilt classes and make different sewing projects. I started quilting about 5.5 years ago, and I'm mostly self-taught. There are some quilters in my family who I got some tips from, but I mostly just practice and just had a go. I've always done some embroidery, so I've always done some stitching, and I've loved crafting and creating different things. But quilting has definitely become my main passion. My favourite thing to make is definitely quilts. I love that it's something that people use. They can be used for lots of different things, and my kids play with them, and we sleep under them, and they're colourful and bright, and they're all over my house. My best tip for people sewing or quilting is to not worry about being too precise. It's just doing it and enjoy the process of doing it, and have fun picking fabrics, and just enjoy the whole thing. I want to work with Immediate Media because they're well established, they're a big name in the industry, and I love their whole ethos and everything that they're doing. The favourite thing that I've made is this little toy cat, which is one of the first things that I made when I started sewing again. And I made it for my son, and it was just a pattern I think that my mum had got from the newspaper, and I didn't have a lot of fabric, so I used the jeans and I made this little pocket and did some embroidery on it and put his initials on the back, but he still uses it, and so that's why it's one of my favourite things that I've ever made. I think this will help expand the sewing and quilting industry. I think it's really nice that we can reach out to people and show them our different designs and patterns, and that they can follow along and make things at home and buy good quality products. I'm looking forward to working at the Sewing Quarter and getting to share my designs and getting to see what the viewers have made with the patterns and with the fabric and everything.
Welcome back. Right, so last hour, heavy on the information because you want that detail, so we bring you that. So this hour, a little lighter. But here's the thing, it's making sure that you've got the storage, you've got your sewing machine bags, we've got mats, we've got cutting devices, we've got all the rulers, we've got everything that you need that we use sort of last hour, that we use regularly for you, so that you can absolutely get everything that you need and make sure that when we have hours like Lucy's last hour, like Lucy's hour to come, because we've got Kaffe Fassett designs coming up in the last hour of the day, then you are fully prepared. And that's the key. It's always about being absolutely fully prepared. So, let's go here. I tell you this story every time. And Nanny Mew, if you're watching, I had a little chat with Nanny Mew yesterday, and I said to her, you know, I do say the sewing box that she gave me 30 years ago, I still have. And that's the joy. When you're buying something like this, you are buying something that is storage that is going to last, that you're going to keep everything in. And this is the smaller of the two that we've got for you on the shelf, so they would stack very nicely. You've got a magnetic clasp there, so very, very easy to do and undo. Now you'll see around here, it's got beautiful edged detailing. It's strong and sturdy, this. It's like wood construct underneath, but then you've got this cotton wadding and then the cotton fabric over the top. So it's wrapped in cotton, so it feels lovely and soft. You can even stick your pins in the top if you want. But it just means that it's sturdy yet soft, and the detailing on here means that it's not going to get damaged. It's lovely. You've got nice details like your button on your clasp there. It's just a little nod, isn't it, to being lovely. So, and you've also got a nice handle. Let me just show you this as well, in a nice texture through there. Sewing box is obviously so popular because, you know, it just stores everything that you need. Whether you keep everything in your bedroom sort of under the bed and then you bring it out whenever you need it, you know that you've got everything in one place. Whether you're sewing on the go, whether you're going off to workshops and you want to make sure all your tools are in one place, grab yourself a little sewing box and off you go. Do you want to have a little look inside? So here, up here, pincushion built in, nice. So you've got that, and then this little pocket here. Keep those tiny treasures. So your pin, not your pins, your buttons and things like that, or maybe a little pair of scissors. Could you fit a small pair of scissors in there? Let me have a look. Perfect. So you're just always going to have it there. Functionality, that's what we like. We're sewing on the go today, but then you see, you've got a tray. So you could equally put those in there. So you can keep your threads, you can keep everything that you need ordered and in line. So this is a removable. You've got 3 separate compartments there. So maybe, I'm just going to steal a couple of threads off the set. Pop some of your threads in there. Scissors, little ruler in there. And then there you go. It's quite a deep area in there, which I think is lovely. So you can fit a lot of your fat quarter bundles actually in there. Nice. Pop that there. Just remind me when I come to show you the little mini a rotary cutter that I've put it in there. Will you just remind me where I've hidden it? So there we go. That's $16.95. That's great value, isn't it? $16.95. I love the colours. These colours, of course, going to be picked up in lots of different storage and lots of different designs. It's just one of those colours that just goes in a workroom. It's just ever so pretty. You've got your greys, your pinks, your teals. Very lovely colours that don't go out of fashion. CYGQ94. This is a 20 by 20 by 11 centimetres. There you go. That's the little one. Have a look at the medium one. Now, of course, if you're buying, then they will stack nicely, and of course, lovely to get them all together. That looks nice, doesn't it? That looks really nice. You know how people stack old suitcases and stuff? This is the sewing version, isn't it, of? Now, let's have a look at the medium ones here. So again, you've got that good, sturdy, wooden frame work on there, and then it's padded, and then your fabric, your cotton fabric over the top. Then you've got this border on here. I'm not quite sure what that, I'm sure there's a technical name for that. But that just means that the corners are always protected. Those edges and those corners are always protected. Again, you've got that metallic, magnetic clasp there. Let me do it around the right way. There we go. And you're just keeping all your essential kits safe. And again, you've got your handle there. Nice. Let's have a look inside. So, there you go. You've got your little tiny treasure pocket there. You've got your pincushion up there. And then on this one, you've got more compartments for more threads. You could, so your rotary cutter is going to fit down there, the big one. If you've got a smaller rotary cutter, that will fit in there. Your little snips and stuff will fit in there. Maybe you want to pop your bobbins in there. Your threads can go in there as well. So all these things you're starting to just build up. Now let's have a look. Is there a way? You know that 26 fat quarter bundle? Now that would fit. I'm not going to undo that because I'll get shouted at. I'm not allowed to open that. But it just goes to fit 26 fat quarters down that side. You could fit another bundle in there. You obviously would undo that and lay them down the bottom so that you could then pop your tray back on top. Nice. This is your essential storage. Every sewer has a sewing box. Every home should have a sewing box. Maybe you want to send your kids off to uni with a little sewing kit put together. And why not do that? Let's take out those. So it's just going to brighten up your workroom, isn't it? It's a lovely colour there. Excuse me, trying to do this back to front. There we go. With your little button design there. Very pretty, lovely colours. And off you go. It's almost big enough for a picnic. £21.95 FHGQ06. This is your medium one here. It's 18.5 by 26 by 15 centimetres. So you can see there, this one, the smaller one, was 11 centimetres. This one, 15 centimetres, so 4 centimetres higher there. We like them stacked. Maybe Mother's Day. Nice little gift for Mother's Day. Matching. Maybe there are two siblings. One could buy the bottom one could buy the top one. Sturdy, stylish, function and form. That's what we like. Perfect. This bottom one here, £21.95. That's your detail on the screen. But we've got more. As Lucy Brennan was leaving the studio, I'm not going to lie, we had to prise this out of her hands. And I did say, Lucy, we need that for the show. She said, but I love it. I said, I know you love it, but we need it for the show. This is your sewing machine bag, okay? Now, very important. This is, first of all, it's heavyweight, it's durable. The seams are really, really firm because you're going to be putting your sewing machine in this, so you need that to be the case. You've also got piping through there as well. You see your zip here, double stitched on the zip, so you know that that's going to be really sturdy as well. Really good. And then for the handle, because obviously sewing machines are heavy, you've got that extra support there with that, which means that actually you don't get, you know where bags tend to cut in? You don't get that. You've got extra reinforcement there, and also it's nice. Oh, this is great. This could be a weekend bag, actually. It doesn't just have to be a sewing bag. This could be a nice weekend bag. Now, pockets. I know you love a pocket. Put all your fabrics, your patterns, your rulers in there. So you've got a nice big front pocket there with a double zip as well. But let's get inside, shall we? So, of course, the design is going with everything. Let me find those zips. This has been thought about. I have a sewing machine bag from my old sewing machine, which is a top loader, and I have to try and stuff it all in from the top. It's a nightmare, absolute nightmare. It never works. This has been really well thought out. Let me take all the stuffing out. Because look, it folds like that. So you put your sewing machine on there and then the sides come up around rather than trying to stuff it in from just the top. It literally opens out. You put the sewing machine on there. It's going to save you so much time. You've got a reinforced bottom there. Haven't we all, says producer Paul? Well, couldn't possibly comment. On here, you've got little sort of, what do we call these? Stabiliser sort of feet. Stabilising stud type feet. And look, oh look. Your handles go all the way around. So, okay, so this is the beauty of having boys involved in the studio, because our director is saying, Tash, there's something far more important than here you haven't even mentioned yet. what haven't I mentioned? He said, look, the handles go all the way around, which spreads the weight. The weight of the handles it doesn't just stop there, although it is reinforced there with extra stitching there, and it is all stitched in. But it means that you're not going to get the handle ripping or anything because of the weight, because it's stitched all the way down, reinforced with, can you see there, you've got a square and a cross there of extra stitching through there. This is what's really, really vital about a bag that is designed to carry weight. So you've got that in there, expensive weights as well if you've got a nice sewing machine. So there you can, so it's reinforced there, but then the stitching runs all the way down and all the way underneath as well. And that is then, you can see, so you've got that continuous all the way around. And not only that, but when you've opened it all out, placed your sewing machine in, this is wadded, so it's going to be gentle against your machine as well. It's giving you a little bit of padding in there as well to really protect everything. Your sewing machine, you know, how are you going to sew if you can't protect stuff nicely? So this is absolutely perfect. If you've got a sewer in your life who needs a present, $33.95 gets them something absolutely fantastic. We are so taken with this. So you pop your machine in there. Not only is it stylish and it's beautiful, but it just is a lovely design and a really handy thing. It's going to keep the dust off your machine. If you can't keep your machine out all the time, then it's going to keep the dust off it. It's going to keep it from being bashed and tattered and damaged. And also ease of use. If you're sewing on the go, then you've got it there. You know that you've got everything there. And also you've got extra storage in the front there. Should I pop the stuffing back in there so it stands up? Let's do that. But this is just about being organised in style, isn't it? It's fab. And then when you've got your little matching sewing basket to go with it, happy days. You're looking professional wherever you go. So if you go into a sewing group, you know, you're going to be the envy of everyone, aren't you? Because you're going to have everything. Imagine rocking up to your sewing group. Sewing machine, easy. Little sewing bag with all your goods. And that is the thing, isn't it? Because then, how many bags do you normally carry? Bit of a plastic bag here, plastic bag there. Sewing machine in one hand. You can put that there. You've still got a hand to get the door. So don't be, you know, I remember a friend of mine with her sewing machine. She didn't put it in a bag, and she had one of those front compartments that kept bobbins and feet and this, that and the other. She didn't realise it had a hole in on the back. So she's walking across the car park going to her quilt workshop, just leaving various feet from her machine. They're all dropping out as she's walking along. Put it all in. You're not going to lose everything. Everything's going to be kept together. And this is how you just be organised and also keep those machines protected. $33.95 CYGQ 17. Nice. Thanks for joining us. We're organising you. We're keeping all of your stuff nice and safe and together, and absolutely beautiful. Last bag for you here. Could this be a shopper? I like this. Everything's in the same design, so obviously you can see that. I've just stated the absolute obvious. They are all in the same design. The two bags are coated cotton, so like a PVC type coated cotton, oilcloth almost. The others obviously are just a cotton, the two sewing baskets, but this is coated, so it doesn't matter if you spill your coffee on it, absolutely fine. A lot of pockets going on here. Nice. Pop my little quilty ruler in there. There we go. Pop that in there. Obviously, you know, you might want to put that inside the bag, but there you go. You've got those, and then you've got more pockets there. Another pocket there. Oh, hang on. This is the big pocket. Nice. Very nice. So Velcro to protect. Maybe you want to put your patterns in there, your knitting needles in there. Your knitting needles would fit in the length of that as well. But it's Velcro. So you've got pockets both sides. And then, there you go. You've got two there and one the length there. Let's have a look inside. So a nice grey zip. That's all. Right, more stuffing. Stuffing crazy here, aren't we? Now, Look in here. We have got 2 more pockets. Are you like me? Do you have a big bag and just lose everything in it? In which case, wallet, mobile phone and keys. And then you've always got, you know exactly where they are. Maybe you want to put your cutters in there. And then my producer said, put Joel Dewberry in there. I think you mean the fat quarters, not the actual man. He wouldn't fit in there. He says, you never know, it's a big bag. No, I don't think we'd fit an actual person in there. But do you know what? There is so much space in there. Loads of room in there. I mean, those fat quarters, they just come halfway up, and that's 26 fat quarters. What a great gift. And also those lovely spring colours. So if you're getting this for Mother's Day or something like that, it's those real spring, cheery, happy colours that we're going with here. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Part of our essentials, I think, you know, that's what we're doing this out. It's showing you really all of those essentials that you need once you get going, or maybe you're just updating, maybe you're coming back into sewing, you've had a bit of a break, then why not treat yourself? You know, you deserve it. Here we go. Let's pop those back in. Wadding. Back in. £21.45. Nice. Now, oh yes, I haven't mentioned, every day we are getting brand new customers ordering with us. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much. We do appreciate that. That's how we can be here. XQGQ63 gets you this bag. But if you're buying this, for example, as your very first order, what you will get for free, because brand new customers ordering £10 or more will get one of these for free, which is just a nice little natty thing that we put together for you. So this will come, so over £10, not including your P&P, if you spend over £10 on your first order, you will get this for free. So you've got your cottons up there. Everybody who sees these, the first things they comment on is, nice scissors. Very nice scissors, and they are. And then we've got your tape measure, you've got needles, you've got buttons. How often does your button come off just as you go into an important meeting? So that can go, it's hidden. It's in there, but it's hidden. I'm going to keep mine in the glove box of my car. Oh, I'm going to keep it in the bag. Can I? Yeah, but yeah, I need this in. It'll fit in there, but it'll also go. It's going to go everywhere. It's a really handy size. Now, pop that in there. Let's have a look at some cutting tools. Crucial cutting tools. Oh, hang on a minute. Which box did I put them in? The plan has gone astray. Look at this. Right. There we go. Right. Now then. These have just come into stock. Okay, so these are our own brand sewing quarter rotary cutters. This is your 28mm. We've got 2 sizes, we've got a 45 and a 28. This is your 28mm. This is for those real intricate, detailed cuttings. It's a smaller blade. You get 5 blades with this. It's got a lovely soft grip. That's so important when you're cutting. You don't want your hands sliding off. But you've got a lovely soft grip there. You can adjust here, so whether you want it light or heavy, you've got that to adjust through there. Here we go. This is the first time on air, and then, hang on, which way around does it go? Sorry, I can't do it back to front. There, that then means that your blade is revealed. And then, as you put it down, just get used to doing that. It's every rotary cutter has a different way of protecting that blade, and you just get used to it. Pull back, cut, and then just shut it as you go. Always shut it after you use it. $16.95 for your 28mm soft grip with 5 blades. 5 blades. So UHTW34. We've got the box somewhere. I don't know. Don't know where that is. And then we've got the 45mm one. So you can really see the difference in the size there. So this is your 28 and this is your 45. So just as a comparison, you can really see the difference in size. So for all your intricate ones, go for your little ones. And then for your 45mm, and again, same applies. You've got that soft grip through there. And then you've got So you press down. You can see on the top 2 things there. You press down and pull back. So press down, pull back. 5 blades coming with this. Amy, floor manager, do we have the box for this, please? Oh, let's have a look. No, the actual box for the, so I can show the blades. She's on it, she's on it. I just want to show you that when this comes, not only is it beautifully packaged, but it comes with your 5 blades as well. So you're not having to worry about, oh, you know, am I gonna end up trying to find replacement ones? It comes with 5. HCTW 91. There you go. And always make sure you shut. So pull back, cut, push down. 1895 again, as with it. Looks like a parakeet, doesn't it? Or is that just me? You've got light through to heavy on that dial there. Oh, there you go. That's what you're looking for on the website. That's what it's going to look like. It's 1895, 5 blades coming with it. So non-slip, it's ergonomic. And actually, the colours work really nicely. Oh, 3 straight blades, 2 wave blades. And it's your, hang on, so the wave blade, is that going to act like a pinking shear, isn't it? That's clever. I've never seen that with a rotary cutter. That's really clever. So, learning every day here. Who knew that was a thing? There we go. So we've used a rotary cutter every single day since we've been on air. So getting 1, maybe 2 if you want to get different sizes. Perfect. So we say it's part of our crucial cutting range. HCTW 91. Gorgeous colours. Going to look really nice. Actually, it goes really nicely with all the colours of the storage that we've got, doesn't it? Ergonomic, soft grip, but it does grip. You don't want this slipping out your hand. It's going to really be very firmly in your hand, and then pull back and shut. Nice. 1895 there. HCTW 91. Very satisfying as it opens and shuts there. Right. More scissors. We've got lots of scissors for you today. Let's start with these. So, crucial cutting tools for you today, the little stalk scissors. We brought these on the very first day that we came to air, and you have loved them ever since. These are gold-plated embroidery scissors. They're 9 centimetres. They've got a really lovely long, I was going to say blade, but it is a beak because they're stalks. There we go. Specially designed for your hand needlework, for your embroidery. They get in. If you have been using maybe machine embroidery and you want to snip away those jump threads, then you've got that. You can get in there and snip, snip, snip. That's what these are absolutely ideal for. Any hand sewing for cutting away those little threads, these are absolutely perfect. Nice, nice sharp point there as well if you want to get in and maybe unpick a little bit. Gold-plated. If you're buying this for a friend, how special are you saying they are when you give them something gold-plated? Or maybe it's just that you are special yourself. In which case, there we go. LVTW63, treat yourself. And they're just lovely. Now, the story behind the stalk scissors is because midwives used to use them. That's why they're shaped like a stalk. And oh, hang on, I'm getting more information down my ear. Director Richard is an absolute wealth of knowledge today. He says that they're gold because, of course, the midwives, they didn't have, back in the day, gold is a really clean metal. So it was. Can we have him on our pub quiz team? Yeah, he says he'll join our pub quiz team. So there we go. So these are our absolute favourite little snips. We use them on so many different shows. Absolutely gorgeous, gold-plated, traditional stalk embroidery scissors. $9.95, under £10. Nice. LVTW63, what a lovely present that'll be. And you know what? Easy to post as well if you're nice. Dressmaking scissors next. Oh, they sound good, don't they? Here are your dressmaking scissors. First thing I realised when I started working here, I needed new scissors. If your scissors don't cut in one continuous cut from there to the tip, you need a new pair. It's as simple as that. You can see how sharp these are. You can see all that serrated bit. But there you go. Snip, snip. These are our own sewing quarter, 23 centimetres dressmaking scissors. We want to make scissors affordable for you. They're under £10 as well. £9.95 for you to get a great pair of scissors there. And of course, let me just remind you, our postage is by the day. So you can check out as many times as you like your basket today. Doesn't matter, you're only going to pay one lot of P&P. Now, these have got a comfort grip for you there. They're versatile. Obviously, only cut fabric with them, but yeah, great, great scissors. Nom, nom, nom. They're just going to eat up that fabric as it cuts through it. So a nice long 23 centimetres there. There we go. Great scissors. £9.95. ZHTW83. Under £10. I know, under £10. And then, can we go pinking? Yay! So welcome, if you've just joined us. We are the Sewing Quarter, bringing you everything that you need, from your storage to your crucial cutting tools. We've got all sorts for you this hour. Next hour, we've got some exclusive Kaffe material for you. So stay with us for that. Now, here we go. Pinking shears, of course, so vital to stop. If you cut with your pinking shears there, can you see that? Then it means that your material isn't going to fray. So if you don't want to do all sorts of fancy hems to stop things from unravelling, just cut it with your pinking shears. Fab. £14.95. Now, the things that I love about this, in here it's soft and rubbery, so it's real comfort we're looking at here. Same sort of idea to the rotary cutter that we brought you. Soft grip, but it does grip. So pop your hands in there. Stainless steel for precision. And again, this is going to cut right from there all the way through to the very tip. Perfect. Fab. If you don't have pinking shears, you need them in your life. £14.95. If you bought the scissors, if you bought these pinking shears, and it's your first order with us ever, of course, you will get your free gift, worth £14.99. So you see, you only need to spend £10, not including your P&P, and you'd get that and that. Nice. So £14.95, ZPTW23, and you'll see this beautiful colour that's just starting to, you see, it's all starting to work nicely together there. £14.95, ZPTW23. Oh, magnificent mats, yes. Which one? Well, do you know what? Let's go big to start off with, as I'm here. This is your A1 size mat. It's a whopper. It's huge. 55 by 85 centimetres. This is, here we go. You've got your inches there, so this is perfect for anyone who is working in quilting in your inches. There you go. So there's 34 inches measured across from there to there. And up here you're looking at 22 inches there. So 34 by 22 inches, but obviously then you've got that little extra. It's like a seam allowance. You've got your angles with here on there as well. These are giving you your inches and half-inch increments, and then the dots you line up for your 1/4 inch. Can you see that if I turn that? So that's your, oh, here we go. So from there to there gives you 1 inch, half-inch, 1/4 inch, and everything in between. So it's kind of essential, I think, for anybody's room. Now, maybe you do paper crafting as well, then it's even got your paper sizes on. So down here, that's your A6. Can you see that? A6, A5, A4 sizes for your paper, A3 up there, then your A2 size there, and then of course the mat in its entirety, A1 size. So we know that some of you don't just sew, you do your paper crafts as well, so you might want those paper measurements on there as well. Or maybe, you know, you're using your material on cards and things, then there we go, you've got all of those measurements. This is an A1 size mat, if that means anything to you for paper. So maybe you've got kids that are doing GCSE art or something like that. You're fed up with them cutting and gluing and drawing all over your kitchen table, then get them an A1, because they're not going to really work with paper that's bigger than an A1. So this is perfect, not just for your sewing, but for all your crafts. It's going to protect your work surface, keep everything good. This is $34.95. RMTW 56. I have to tell you, this one is in inches. Okay, we have to give you the centimetre measurements on the screen because of, I don't know, whatever law it is that we have to do that with. But this is in inches, so perfect for quilters. Okay, RMTW 56, $39.95. Now, here's something we haven't seen before, and that's this. Brand new to wear is your see-through rotary, your see-through mat. So this is A3. Look, we can measure it's the A3 because, look, we've got on here. We know, look, yep, A3 size, because that's telling me there, that's A3. So, and you can see through it. This is the joy. So if you are maybe looking at picture mounting, or if you've done your embroidery and you want to know where to place things, then you can place it on top of your design to really get an idea of what size you want to cut things to. It's great for that, because how often do you try and measure with the measurements the wrong way? So, but here you can place this over the top of your work. You can see exactly what size you want to cut it to over the top. So if you've got a pattern that you're looking for, you can see that, then just cut it. So there we go. This is your cutting mat. I've never seen a see-through one. It's really clever. Lucy Brennan, our guest on earlier, she said that's very cool. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's great. So this again, this gives you your measurements in inches. So it's an inch. So this is your cutting mat, but I would say it's a quilting cutting mat, very much so. So this is $16.95 for your A3 quilting cutting mat. ZFTW35. You've got your angles going through there as well. Lovely, nice. So it says here that's your 15-degree. 30-degree, 45-degree, 60-degree and 75-degree angles. $16.95, ZFTW35. Magnificent mats for you. Oh, yes. Two more. Should we stay with the see-through? This is your A4, so convenient, very convenient. If you are going off to your little quilting workshop, then this, I'm hoping will fit in there. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Look at that. You can just slide it in there. You've got it in there. Okay, so perfect. And then you've got a little portable one, which is just perfect. Little A4 size. Because, do you know what? Let's face it. I think that is that the right one that we've got? Yeah, it is A4. Yeah. Okay. So this, of course, very handy to have around. $21.95. ZCTW93. You can see through, so you can place this over the top as well as have your designs on top. You can then place underneath. So if you're looking to cut a certain shape, size over a pattern, a bit like fussy cutting, then you can see the sizings that you want to have it, the perfect sizing that it will be. And do you know what? Just very nice and portable. The number of times that actually I work in my workroom and I only end up with that size worth of space to actually work on. Everything else gets filled up. So a nice handy little one to have. ZCTW93. Again, maybe you've got kids studying and you want to protect a little workspace surface. So handy to just have, and that they can take to school with them as well, or do whatever. That is your A4. And then another magnificent mat. This is your A3 cutting mat here. Now, again, this is a self-healing. The green is a self-healing cutting mat. What that means is that when you cut, it heals up again. So you don't end up with jaggedy bits that you're trying to cut over. So it's going to give you that clean cut when you rotary cut through it. So this is $19.95 for your A3 self-healing cutting mat, HNTW62. So again, on the features side, you've got your inches. So it's all in inches, this, not centimetres. This is all in inches. And then you've got your degrees that are coming out there. So you've got 15 degrees, 30 degrees, 45, 60, 75. If we just look here, then you'll see that is an inch. So you've got that. That is half an inch. And then if we come in even tighter, that where the dots are is your quarter of an inch. And then if you want even more detailing, then you've got that along the top there. HNTW62, $19.95 for your self-healing cutting mat. Awesome. Now, if we've bamboozled you with lots of cutting mats and you're not quite sure which one you're going for, then here's the thing. You can take a look on the website or you can ring our free phone number. So when you go onto the website, register, log in, underneath where we are live on the screen, message the studio if you want to get in touch, ask a question, or just say hi, then do that. You can also email the studio@sewingquarter.com. But if you just want to web chat, that's how you do that. And then underneath, everything we've had on today's show. So if you can't remember which was which, or what you're after, so maybe you want the embroidery scissors, then go on that. But that's basically your shopping list from today's show. It's all down under there. I can't believe they've got wonky blades on those rotary cutters. I know that's not the technical term. What's the technical term for them? Wavy blades, so that you can get that kind of pinking sheared things. Oh, if you wanted that Joel Dewberry fabric, let me say that right, then that's still on there, so you can see all of that. And if you wanted the book, you can do that. If you wanted to go for those fat quarters, those plain fat quarters, that's on there. There's your fat quarter book. We've got a book. And there's your storage, your fat quarter storage. Over 50 fat quarters and a book you can fit in those fat quarters. In the see-through ones. They're fab, aren't they? Is grey still the favourite there? I think so. But whatever you want, either shop on the web or give our free phone number 0800 112 4433. Now, rulers. So, I'm going for the big one. Is that all right? Yeah. So, this has been used on so many shows. If you are starting out, and I asked Lucy about this, I said, if I'm starting out, which is the first ruler to get? She said this one. Get this one. $13.95 is your 61 centimetre by 15 centimetre quilting ruler. That's 24 inches by 6 inches. Now you can see here, you've got black lines and you've got that vivid neon green. What that means is that that's going to show through on any fabric. All in inches. Quilters deal in inches. But then here, you've got all of those angles as well. This is 61 by 15 centimetres. We have to give the centimetre. This is not a centimetre ruler. Can I just stress this? We have to give the measurements. It's one of those crazy laws. We have to give you the measurements in centimetres, but this is an inch ruler. These are inch increments. So it's 24 inch by 6 inches, but by law we have to give you it in centimetres. So we've been on air nearly 3 weeks, and this has been on nearly every single show. So, earlier Lucy was saying that you could, if you were more experienced, you could use these lines here to do your triangles, which she used earlier, or we had the triangular cutter from the earlier show. But however, this is a really handy ruler. Or if you just want to cut your 2.5-inch strips, jelly rolls, we know them as, if you want to get those fabric strips, you want to cut them yourself, then here's the thing. When you fold your fabric in half, salvage to salvage, so, you know, you've got your whole roll of fabric there, salvage to salvage, when you fold that in half, that will cut along a half salvage, so that it's in half. So that's why it's a great length to have. $13.95, MDTW37. Every designer's asked to use this. Oh, Lucy's just sent a message in. She's only sat out there. She's just sent a message in saying, can I have this on the show for the next hour as well? Yes, Lucy, you can. It's all right. I'll keep it here for you. Don't you worry. MDTW37, and it's $13.95. Lots of you going for that. But sometimes you don't want something that big. You just want to cut something idly biddly biddly. So this is 16.5 by 16.5 centimetres. We have to give you the centimetres, but let me please stress, this is not in centimetres. Oh, no, it is. Oh, this one is. Ah, okay, so if you are after centimetres, oh, that's great. Okay. This is a 6.5 inch if you want to deal with inches, but this has also got your centimetre marks on there. Some quilt patterns will give you it in inches, some will give it to you in centimetres. So if you're used to working in centimetres, or you've got a pattern that you absolutely love that does everything in centimetres, then this is in centimetres. $7.95. The previous ruler was in inches, this one is in centimetres. £7.95. We want to give you the choice, okay? It's under £10, just $7.95, INTW10. What we're trying to do is give you the choice, because we know not everybody works in metric, not everybody works in imperial. So if you've got both in your stash, brilliant. Then whatever the pattern gives you, you can work with. Then you are good to go, because I know some magazines will give it in centimetres, some in inches. So this one is centimetres, INTW10. 16.5 centimetres by 16.5 centimetres. That is the equivalent to a 6.5 inch, which will give you a 6-inch finished square. Excellent. Now, so many of you going for the sewing machine bag. Are you sure this isn't just Lucy buying lots of them? Because she wanted this as she left the studio today. She was so excited about this. What's really nice is that every time we do the storage, all the designers want them. They're like, yeah. So they want it because obviously our designers are travelling. They're travelling on the go, or they've got busy. I mean, we already heard Lucy's got 2 kids and a cat at home. So if she's not using her sewing machine at any point, you don't want dust, you don't want to get it banged or knocked or anything like that. So not only is this great for having it on the go, you've got that reinforced handle and everything else that we'll come to in a moment, but also if you just have to keep, you know, not everybody has the luxury of space. So if you're having to pack your things away, it's no problem. It's no problem. It's going to keep it dust-free. It's going to keep it protected. Remember I said there was a layer of wadding in there, so it's got some cushioning in there. So it's going to be protected. So keep it protected, keep it clean, keep it safe, keep it stored somewhere away. You know, you've got to get the dinner ready or whatever, and you've been on the table having a good old sew. Pop it away, and it's really easy then to transport. It doesn't just have to be that you need it to transport to go off to various exciting workshops. It doesn't have to be that grand. It could just be that actually space is at a premium in your house, and that actually you can't have your sewing machine out all the time, in which case when you put it away, make sure that it is safely put away. You know, you've invested in your sewing machine. Now, reinforced handle there, so comfort for holding. When you want to do that, the straps go all the way round the bag through to the bottom. They go all the way round and through. There you go, you can see them down there, which means that actually the weight is distributed throughout the whole bag, so you're not going to get the handles ripping off. They're going to stay very much in place. Now here's the thing, if you are someone that has to put their sewing machine away to get dinner or whatever, I remember my granny is a wonderful artist, but she said to me that she only ever used to paint and get her paints out on days when her husband Derek was out and about doing his own thing, so that she didn't have to tidy away to use the table at lunchtime. You know, she would have a snack or whatever, and then she only had to tidy away at the end of the day. So it's one of those things, if you are someone that has to tidy away at the end of the day, make sure that your bag is easy to get that sewing machine into. And that's where this bag is perfect, because when you're putting your sewing machine in, it opens all the way. Brilliant. So not only is it a great size, this is protected with some wadding in there, but look, the fact that this zips, and I cannot stress this enough, for someone who has struggled for years with a sewing machine bag that only unzips to there, and you're having to try and stuff a heavy sewing machine in through the top, which is an absolute nightmare, and something always gets caught or whatever. You're not having that with this. It's absolutely perfect because it opens all the way up. You just place your sewing machine on there and then zip it up. You can sew on the go. Perfect. This is a great bag, a truly great bag. And of course, then once your sewing machine's in there, it'll be easy to zip up. When there's nothing in there, it's harder to zip up, which is why I just pop it on the side there. Maybe you've got more than one sewing machine. That's a thing. I know it is. If you are guilty as charged, and let's face it, you can only use one sewing machine at a time. Unless you've got an embroidery machine and that's embroidering and then you're sewing. Okay, there are small exceptions. But if you've got more than one sewing machine, maybe you have. Now, you see, this is another thing that I know a lot of you sewers have. You have your big main sort of really expensive machine out at home. But then when you go to workshops and things like that, you have a smaller, lighter machine. Then you can just keep it in the bag, and then you know that the next time you go to your workshop, you know that it's there in the bag, ready to go. You've got the storage pocket in the front, a big storage pocket in the front, so you can put things in there, your patterns, your fat quarters, whatever that you need to go in there, maybe even some scissors, whatnot. That's all going to fit in there. Sewing machine, off you go. We're organising you today. So CYGQ 1733.95. This is a perfect gift for someone as well. I'm just going to put the stuffing in there so that it stays upright. Bear with me. Luckily, here at the Sewing Quarter, we have plenty of wadding. Isn't it just going to brighten up your workroom as well? It's just going to be a nice summery colour, spring colours in there, bright, vibrant, really lovely. But why not match it with a lovely sewing basket? Now, we love this. It's got a nice, it's almost wicker handle along there. And then the edges to match in this lovely cool grey. And then you've got a magnetic clasp there, really easy to do up and undo, so it's not fiddly at all. If I just show you, solid, this is solid, it's wooden and then coated. You've got, again, you've got some wadding and then your cotton material over the top, really lovely. And then inside, you've got a pin cushion, you've got a nice elasticated pocket, so you can keep your buttons and all those little tiny treasures that you don't want going everywhere in there. A removable tray, so maybe you're putting your threads. Nice. So lots of little things can go in there. Then down the bottom, now we did put in 26 fat quarters, and they did fit in, but you can't have the tray. Only because, do you know what? That's only because I'm not allowed to actually undo these and open them, but otherwise they would fit in an absolute treat, and then you can put the tray on top. But fat quarters, they go in there a treat. If you want to pop your scissors in there as well. So all your scissors can go in there. Your little free one of those can go in there. Oh, there we go. That's going in there. Oh, look, that fits in an absolute treat, doesn't it? It's all going in there. What else are we going to put in there? Tray, your red threads and cottons, they can go in there as well. Pop some threads in. Bobbins. $21.95, and it's yours. So, FHGQ06, add the basket to your basket. And check out. Oh, we've had a question about the height, width and depth of the machine bag. Bear with me, caller. Let's find that out for you. Good question, actually, because machine sizes do vary. So this is it. Hang on, it's 20 across. And so it's 20 across there by 43 across there. No, that must be 30. Hang on. By 37. But is the 43 the height then? 43 is the width across the bottom, and then 37 is the height. Although it looks taller, doesn't it? But they are your measurements. 20 by 43 by 37. That's in centimetres. Okay. There we go. Cool. Nice. Very nice. I'm just doing up the pocket. There you go. So who was it that emailed in asking for the sizes? Oh, just a customer that asked. Okay, they didn't give their name. They just sent in a... There you go. Height, width and depth. 20, 43, 37. Boom. Good to go. Any further questions? Either web chat, ask them in, or do you know what? Ring the help team, because that's what they're there for. They are on a free phone number. They are trained. They are in the UK. If they don't know the answer straight off, they will get back to you. Okay, so 0800 112 4433. We've looked at the medium. Let's look at the small. Oh, I've already got my threads in there. That's already in there because, of course, same again. Wooden construction with the wadding, and then with the cotton, and then you've got the nice binding around there. You've got a removable tray for your bobbins and your bits and bobs. You've got a pin cushion there. You've got a nice little elasticated pocket, and then oodles of room in there. It's just a really nice little basket to have and just to keep. Really nice, and of course, easy to maneuver around the place. So lots of items on the show today, whether you're going for these, which is $16.95, C1GQ94, or you're going for the middle one, or you're going for the sewing machine cover, or maybe you're going for one of the big mats, cutting mats, then, you know, make sure that you're getting the right tools for the job. I think that was so apparent, wasn't it, with Lucy's show earlier, where she's going, yes, with this, you cut your strips, you cut your fabric strips with this. And then she had a triangular ruler on her show. Unless you can use this, of course, you've got your triangles on there. But if you're starting out, make life easy, get that as well. That's on the earlier show. So do have a rummage around. Everything that's on the shows is on the website, so you can find them really, really easily. So do... Oh, we've had a message in about Joel Dewberry. Let's have a look at... Oh, okay. So one of you asked me about this. We saw this on our 8 o'clock show. £109.95. Joel Dewberry is a fantastic graphic designer, but he's also an artist. He's also a craftsman. Really clever guy. But you can see the graphic design in how he matches those geometrics with the florals. He came from an artistic family. His mother was an artist. He was the second child in out of 7. But everything that I read about the guy points to the fact that he is highly revered by his peers, and that says a lot for me. So if you're after beautiful fabrics, okay, the code's on the website, but if we're talking of highly revered, they don't come a lot bigger in the quilting world than Kaffe Fassett, and we've got some of his beautiful materials coming up next hour with Lucy Brennan, so stay with us for that.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, you'll hear us talking about pre-cuts a lot of the time. And I can hear you saying, what's a pre-cut, John? Now, pre-cuts, they're pieces of fabric that have been bundled together, all cut to the same size, usually from complementary fabrics, so you've got a lovely little bundle to take home and start your sewing. Pre-cuts come in all shapes and sizes, but here are a few of the most popular. This is a jelly roll. I love jelly rolls. Now, these are normally 40 strips of fabric. They are all 110 by 6.35 centimetres. To you and me, that's 44 inches by 2.5 inches wide. They're normally cut from 8 different fabrics, but look how gorgeous they are. Now, one word of warning. They look beautiful like this. When you cut them open, all the fabric spread everywhere. You'll never, ever be able to put them back together again. This is a charm pack. There are 42 pieces of fabric, 12.7 centimetres by 12.7 centimetres. So basically, it's a 5-inch square. You get so many gorgeous fabrics in a charm pack. You'll find an awful lot of patterns inside a charm pack as well. Another favourite pack is the Fat Quarter pack. Now, these measure 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, or like me, 22 inches by 20 inches. Now, you normally find lots of different fabrics all bundled together. They're all different colours, all different shapes, but you know what? Unlike the jelly rolls and unlike the charm packs, the number of pieces of fabric can alter from 2 to 30. Look. Whichever pre-cut you choose, you've just got to remember 2 things. 1, all the fabrics will go so beautifully together. And 2, someone else has done the boring, laborious task of cutting them all out. So it's all about getting on with the sewing, which is what we love here at the Sewing Quarter.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter at Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Welcome back to the Sewing Quarter. This is our last live hour today. Now, the first time in our very short history that we've managed to bring to you an exclusive bundle from the man, the legend, Kaffe Fassett. Now, if you're sitting at home as a quilter, there is every chance, every likelihood that you've heard this name. Just an amazing guy, born in 1937. He has had the most illustrious career. And we were reading all about him before the show. Oh my goodness, what hasn't this man done? Just incredible. He studied fine art. He has designed knitwear. He's designed all sorts of needlepoint work, quilts. He's got books. I think he's got over 30 books in print. The guy is an absolute legend in his own right. There he is. What a colourful guy. That's actually taken out of Today's Quilter, one of our magazines. We're going to have a look at some of his fabrics. Now, this one here, look at that. It's got such earthy, rich tones. And these are the designs that we've got for you on the show today. We've got those lovely blues. Oh, look at those colours. Absolutely beautiful. So these are the 4 different Kaffe Fassett Fat Quarter bundles that we've got for you today. Look at the different colours in here. It's vibrant, it's rich, earthy tones. You can see
Lucy said to me earlier, you know, you can see that he's designed for some of the knitwear brands because these are the colours that you see through there. Now we said that this felt really earthy because it's almost like these are your layers of stone in there. Oh, the graphics on the screen aren't for this one. Oh, the graphics are for that one, for the blue one. Should we have a look through that one then? Okay. Let me make life easy for you then. Okay, so $21.95 gets you 5 of the blues. Let's have a look at these. So, beautiful. Really beautiful. So yes, you've got blues, but you've got those purples in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And then Kaffe has gone in and put some polka dots in there. But then look, wow, boom, in comes that vibrancy. This guy knows his colour. He is such an amazing artist in his own right. Studied fine art before he even found fabric. If I tell you that this man, his hand-knitted items are in museums as museum pieces. He's still alive, but he has got hand-knitted items in museums as museum pieces. He is that renowned. He's that well regarded. When he had an exhibition at the V&A in London, they had to increase the number of people that they could actually let through because it was so popular. This guy is world renowned, an incredible artist in all sorts of different fabrics. He works, yes, he does needlepoint, he does your quilting. He's come to that in later life. Earlier on, he was all about the knitwear. I mean, this guy went to Shetland, found beautiful wool, found 20 different strands of it, bought a pair of knitting needles, and on the train home from Scotland to London, found a stranger on the train to teach him to knit. You couldn't write it. It's amazing. And obviously he then goes on to knit for some of the best knitwear brands. So whatever he does, whatever he turns his hand to, he becomes world renowned in it. And quilting is no exception. He knows his fabric, he knows his colours, he knows how to put them all together, and you absolutely love it. I have to say, these have been selling on the website before we even come to wear. So this one here, this is your natural. $21.95 there, NYRW 31. Gorgeous. I'm going to go and see Lucy because she's worked with these. You're a Kaffe Fassett in the making. Hello, you. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Now, we've got your message, we've got the ruler, and you've been working with all sorts of different Kaffe designs. So you did the quilt that we saw over there in the naturals, really earthy tones.
Very autumnal looking.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Warm and cosy, as a quilt should be.
Yes.
You know, hunker down with a hot chocolate under your quilt and you're good to go. But then these blues really cool. I'm going to be honest. You have that gorgeous lilac and this light colour in here. And then, boom, he goes and pops this in with it. Amazing. Talk about, you know, getting that contrast and that real flow of colour going on.
Yes, absolutely. And that works really well. The block that I'm going to be making today is a churn dash block, which is the very traditional quilter's block.
It's got a story behind why it's called a churn dash as well. I love the names of
it. Does. It's usually done in 2 colours.
Right.
And so this part here is the main part of the block, and then this would be background, and it's meant to resemble like a churn, and then the part in the middle is to resemble butter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's the churn dash block, and it shows really nicely in these colours because you've got that contrast. And I just decided to use all 5 to make the block, so it's something a little bit different. I'm going to show a really easy way of doing the half square triangles.
Nice.
Really easy way of doing that. And then later on I'm going to show you how I did the quilting on the one over there. Nice.
What I'm learning, and I am only learning with quilting, is having looked through the quilting book that we had on the show earlier on, and she sort of had an ingredients list of what you needed, and invariably it was your dark fat quarters. You need this number of dark fat quarters, this number of lights. It's to get that contrast, isn't it? So these patterns really, really stand out. You can do that. Or you can go with the ones like you did with the naturals, where it's subtle, really subtle, but the overall effect is warm and inviting. Now, these cool colours, where do we start with this?
It's really nice that you can do that. Or you can mix and match as well. You can really make it your own and go for the colours that appeal to you. So with this one, I'm going to give you the measurements for making one block, and then you can make as many as you like. So starting off with, we need 2 strips that are 2.5 by 18 inches. So
this is one block. Let me just show you. There we go.
Yes.
This is what we're making.
Yes. So these are 2.5 inch strips by 18, and then you need some squares. So the central square, you cut that one at 4.5 inches.
Right, so that will be a 4-inch finish.
Yes, exactly. And then for the half square triangles, because of the method I'm just using 2 squares of fabric, and those are cut at 7.5 inches. Now, if you were going to do it the more traditional way, you would need 4 squares of fabric, and I believe, if my measurements are correct, you have to cut those at 5 3/8.
Yes.
But for the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to show you how you can quickly and easily make 4, which is the amount that you need for one block, out of just 2 squares of fabric. So you're using less, so that means you're making the most of your fabric. And there's no waste from this.
That I love to hear, because when you're using a Kaffe Fassett fabric, you don't want any waste. No. You want to use every single iddly-biddly scrap has to be used. It's just how it is. This blue pack here, $21.95 for 5 designs, SDRW73. This is your exclusive collection. Nice.
Okay, so we'll make a start. I'm going to sew the strips together. So in the similar way to we did in the earlier show, we're going to do a bit of strip piecing, and this is to get that section of the block there. So I'm going to sew these together, and I just really quickly want to talk about 1/4 inch seams.
Okay.
Most people are probably aware quilters use a 1/4 inch seam.
Yes.
And the easiest way to achieve that is use the 1/4 inch seam foot on your sewing machine.
Yes.
Because that will give you a 1/4 inch. However, I quickly learnt, as some of you may have, that there can be a difference in a 1/4 inch seam, and some patterns require what we call a scant 1/4 inch.
Hang on. When is a 1/4 inch not a 1/4 inch?
Most patterns will say that you need to use a scant 1/4 inch, and the reason that you do that is if you sew a full 1/4 inch, by the time you've pressed your seam, you've used a tiny bit more. Now, if you're sewing pieces together and you want it to end up the same size as another piece,
right,
you need to use a scant 1/4 inch, and a scant 1/4 inch is just slightly less than a 1/4 inch.
So would you butt it up to that 1/4 inch on the machine, or would you use the machine?
If I'm using if a pattern or you want to use a scant 1/4 inch, I just move it slightly away from the edge of the 1/4 inch foot, so slightly to the left. So if I have it butted up against the guide on the 1/4 inch foot, that will be a 1/4 inch. If I want a scant 1/4 inch, I just move it slightly to the left. And if you don't have a 1/4 inch foot and you're just using your own measurement, you just move it ever so slightly to the left, not even 1/8 of an inch, just ever so slightly.
I've never heard of that. It's like a baker's dozen, isn't it? It's not the dozen that you think it's going to be. It's 13 rather than 12.
And what that means is when you come to press it out, you're going to have that exact measurement. So that tiny fraction taken up by the thread and the pressing. So to get that real accuracy, some patterns will require a scant 1/4 inch seam, and now it will normally tell you in the pattern that you need a scant 1/4 inch. But I did find when I started out, I was making blocks, and as I was putting one piece to the next, mine were a tiny bit smaller, or it didn't quite fit.
Yeah.
And I was like, but I'm using my 1/4 inch foot. I know I've got it right. What's going on? And I realised that it was a scant 1/4 inch, and the more you're piecing, you know, it multiplies, and so...
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? And if you're using something as beautiful as a Kaffe Fassett material, then you want to make sure that the finished product you are so proud of. So getting all of these little tidbits and tips, absolutely vital. Here's Kaffe, here he is. He's so colourful and vibrant, and it's just reflecting. I mean, do you know what? Having read his biography, I would like to have him as a dinner guest.
Yes, he would.
When you ask that question, if you could have anyone to dinner, who would you have?
Yeah.
I think he's led such a wonderful, inspiring, colourful life. He'd be on my list. Look at this. Look at that. Now this is it's like a burst of nature, isn't it? It's just gorgeous. This is your green pack, but you can just see this is a hope of new life for me, this colour. You know, it's those new green shoots. It's everything beautiful growing, and the height of just growth and new beginnings. It's just beautiful. That's what that really says to me. Absolutely beautiful. £21.95. We will look through these in detail, but AVRW71. If you want to get an exclusive Kaffe Fassett Fat Quarter pack, £21.95, that's it in green. We're working in blue, but that was the one in green.
So I'm going to sew these two strips together, 2.5 by 18 inches.
Okay.
I'm just going to put them right sides together, and I'm going to sew on the machine using a scant 1/4 of an inch.
1/4 of an inch. I'm learning so much today, Lucy Brennan. Lucy Brennan, of course, with us, if you've just joined us. It's all about Kaffe Fassett and, of course, Lucy Brennan this hour. But two fabulous designers. Brilliant. Loving it.
So I'm not quite butting it right up against, that's the little guide there, that black bit. So I'm not going right against that, just ever so slightly, keeping it away from the edge of that foot.
Right.
And just sewing in a straight line.
So these blues have got spots, they've got ovals, they've got contemporary patterns in there, but then you've got the beautiful cornflower blue in there, but then you've got some lilacs and some purples mixed through in sort of a watercolour wash almost through it. Absolutely stunning. And then you have another which is on a black background, which it looks like something you'd see in a biology lab, you know, when you start looking at things in such detail. Look at those colours, just incredible, all put together. So when you look at a pattern, maybe you've just bought the quilting book that we had on the first show, and you're going, okay, so it's telling me that I need a dark fat quarter, dark fabric. Then look, you've got that dark one there, and then you've got the contrast with the light ones, and that's why a design like that pops. So get close and you'll see the beautiful intricate detail, but from afar you just get this overall beautiful design, and that's the absolute joy of it. So you've got all sorts going on in there. It is amazing. I have to take my hat off to anybody that can put designs like that together so well. Absolutely gorgeous. £21.95 for this blue. Lots of calls for these. So busy for the Kaffe. SDRW73. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Shall we dance?
Snuck behind you.
You did sneak.
Just
now.
because I've sewn that together, so now I'm just going to press the seam open on this one.
Okay. Now, pressing open, and it is a press. Don't yank it about like I first did when I first started. And distort it. Just press. Steam or no steam?
There shouldn't be steam on there. I don't know how to turn that off now. There we go. Thank you.
Any reason for no steam, apart from it might set all the fire alarms in here?
It can, apart from that.
You know, that one, as we'll have to run out the building
do that if you're at
not
home.
do a show.
It's just so that it doesn't distort the seam.
Okay.
So just having that pressed open.
I'm realising just how intricate this is now. When you talk about scant 1/4 of an inch, because you want a true measurement by the end of it. It really is. Do you need to go there?
So that, yes, I'm going to come over here. So that's just the seams pressed open there nicely. And that makes it easier to put the block together when we come to sew the different parts together. So I'm going to use a ruler and the rotary cutter, and I'm going to cut these at 4.5 inches.
whilst you cut those at 4.5 inches, did you know? I'm going to be able to do pub quizzes on Kaffe now as well. Did you know that in the 1960s he was photographed for British Vogue by David Bailey?
That is amazing.
The David Bailey. This is why he has to come for dinner at my house. So he can tell me all his stories. I want to hear them all. And I just want to hear everything. He has done so much in so many mediums. The fact that he got a scholarship to a fine art university, but left in 3 months and just came over to England and painted. Such a colourful guy, and it's reflected in everything that he does, even in the clothes he wears. Can you imagine being able to pull off that purple? Amazing. Do you want to see his picture again? Where is he? There you go. He looks very happy. He's got one of those kind faces, hasn't he?
He does, yeah, he does.
And then just that blur of colour behind him. You know they're his quilts, don't you? Just look at that. Amazing. Awesome. Loads of you phoning in for Kaffe. Well, the material. He's not here. We're not giving you him. He's an institution. We can't. $21.95 for your green. Is this the most popular one then, the green? Oh, the blue's most popular at the moment. That's your green, $21.95. What does that say to you?
And it's nice because it's got those blues. It's got blues and purples in there as well. It's very summertime.
It is.
Spring, summer.
Director Richard says, making them feel on holiday.
Yeah.
This is the blue one. This is the one that we're working with. Could you mix then the blues with the greens?
That would be beautiful, yes.
Because you've got greens in that strong black middle one, haven't you?
Yes.
And reds. And mustard. You've got all sorts. The more you look at it, the more colours you find.
Lots of colour.
Wow. And that's the joy of Kaffe Fassett.
Absolutely. So I've cut that up. So we've got 4 of these now.
Okay.
So they're the same size as a square, so 4.5 inches. So we have 4 of those blocks, which we need. That's the central one. And now I'm going to do the half square triangles. But in a whizzy clever way. In a whizzy clever way, yes. So these are 7.5 inch squares.
Right.
And these make up the corner blocks for the sort of churn dash. It's slightly different because I've used more fabric, but
it's a variation on a churn dash.
Yes.
But do you know what? That's the thing, isn't it? You can take these traditional blocks and you can put a modern twist on it. You can put your own take on it. There is no quilting police. In fact, if anything, I imagine that Kaffe would celebrate the fact that you've gone,
using all this
I'm going to whack
fabric.
more material in there, more fabrics, more colour, more vivid gorgeousness.
Yes. So to do this, this is quite simple. I've put the 2 pieces right sides together.
Yes.
So 2 squares, 7.5 inches, right sides together. And I should have said this is going to make a 12-inch finished block. These measurements is a 12-inch finished block, which is a standard size quilt block. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew round all 4 edges using a 1/4 inch seam. A quarter inch, all the way around, just a normal quarter of an inch.
No scantiness
all the way around.
about that.
I don't need to be scant, no.
Okay.
So all the way around there. What I do need to do is make sure that the stitch length is set quite small. So I would set it to 2.
Okay.
Or even slightly less, but I wouldn't go higher than 2. And the reason is because when we cut it, and we're going to cut it diagonally, you're going to be cutting through your stitches.
Okay.
So if they're smaller, they're less likely to come apart.
Okay.
So I would set your stitch length to 2.
I'm intrigued
or
because
less.
Normally, every other show that we've done, when someone sews round the edges of things and leave a little gap so that you can bag it out. There's no bagging out going to happen.
No,
here,
we're not bagging out at all. No. You don't want to start at the very edge of your fabric. You want to start 1/4 inch down. If you're not too sure about your 1/4 inch, because we're sewing all the way round with a 1/4 inch seam, if you're not too sure about where that would be, just start at the side. And then when you get down to the corner, when I get down to the corner, I'll show you how to make sure that when you're turning with a 1/4 inch.
This is amazing. I didn't know there was so much detail.
Okay, so I'm just starting halfway down the square. If you wanted to pin these together, you can.
Okay.
I tend not to pin, but I've done a lot of patchwork.
But you're a pro.
If you're
that's what that's code for. I'm a pro. I've done this before. If you're like me and a bit nervous, firstly because you're very new to quilting, and secondly because you're using a very special fabric with the Kaffe fabrics.
And you're not used to handling it, and you know, so that's fine. Just make sure all your corners are meeting up, and you can pin if you want to. So I'll just do a little back stitch. Ooh.
Lots of you multi-ordering on those Kaffe Fat Quarters. Do you want to see them? We'll see the most popular one in just one moment, but we just need to get to this corner.
So what I do is roughly to the point where I might think it was a quarter of an inch, I would lift my foot and pivot. Get that out of the way there. And I can see, oh no.
No, not even close.
So I'll just turn it back, line it up with the guide along the edge, and then I'd like to do it by hand. Do you
hand crank so that you don't get overexcited?
Trust that more. And then just keep on turning till you get to the point where, that's going to be a quarter of an inch. And so you just keep sewing around, and you do that at the corner, making sure that as you're sewing down each side, at your corner, it's making that quarter of an inch. And that's the easiest way of doing it.
So keep needle
down, lift your foot, and you can pivot. And then you know, yes, that's a quarter of an inch. When you've been doing it for a while, you'll be able to judge it.
Yes.
But even so, you know, just making sure that that's a nice quarter of an inch. You don't want to end up with a funny corner. So I'll just keep sewing all the way round till I get back to where I started, do a little back stitch, and that's that. So I'm just sewing these two squares together all the way round.
Awesome. I'm a bit intrigued. So lots of you multi-ordering on the Kaffe Fassett. So let's have a look. Let's go through. We haven't even looked really at this one, but this is the most popular one. Look at that. How warm is that colour collection? $21.95. Each of these Fat Quarter bundles, $21.95. NYRW31, exclusive to us here at the Sewing Quarter. Such warmth in that bundle. These are your natural neutrals. For me, this is nature in here. The guy must be pretty inspired by nature, because there is that element that just comes out of every single collection that we've got. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for your messages, by the way. There we go, going down that side, quarter of an inch all the way along. Now, if you've just joined us, we've got Kaffe Fassett Fat Quarters on the show, fabulous, exclusive to us, and we've got Lucy Brennan on the show. Hurrah! Are you also exclusive to us? No. No.
I'm exclusive to this channel.
Okay.
To this channel, yeah.
So exclusive to this channel is, of course, fabulous Lucy Brennan. And teaching us a sneaky, that's a technical term.
Yes.
Sneaky to do our triangle squares. No.
Half square triangles.
Half square triangles.
Yes, and you might see it in patterns, or when people are talking about it, HSTs. So if you see HST written in a quilting pattern, not anywhere else, but in a quilting pattern, that's what it means, half square triangles.
Okay.
So it's a square with two triangles in it. That's a half square triangle.
Right.
So I've sewn all the way around the edge there with a quarter inch, and now I'm going to, in fact, I'm going to use the longer ruler because I'll need to use that, and I'm going to use this.
Hello, what's this?
Cutting mat. This is really, really helpful when you're cutting things at an angle, and because we're making two cuts, you'll see in a moment, it's really great because it spins around.
This is amazing.
So let me get that there.
Oh, hello.
So it's a rotating mat.
Rotating cutting mat, self-healing, rotating 360 degrees.
And this is the Olfa brand, which is a fabulous brand.
Wow, so it's the bottom layer remains stationary and then you spin. Wow.
So I'll show you why that's useful.
Why that's amazing.
So we're going to cut this from corner to corner. So I'm just lining that up with the ruler. And then using the rotary cutter. Check that I didn't, I think I didn't quite put enough pressure on that. There we go.
It's difficult, isn't it? These work surfaces are really tall. Ah, there we go.
So what I don't want to do is move it.
Okay, so that's all right, you didn't move your ruler.
There.
So you can make squares, triangles, diamonds, circles, all sorts on here. And it's just going to turn. Now this is the metric one. Oh, look at that. Oh, nice. So you're not having to move it and...
I don't have to move. I haven't moved.
Oh, amazing.
I've stayed put.
That's awesome. $32.95 for your... And it said Olaf. Alpha rotating mat.
And so, oh, I've done it again.
Amazing. I'm sorry, I'm intrigued by this cutting mat. I'll be back in a minute, but that's
so
brilliant.
That's let me cut all of those. You know, and if I needed to cut them again, I can just spin, cut.
This is awesome.
Spin it.
Perfect
cut.
if you don't have a large area actually to work in, because you can just rotate it around, or if you just don't want to have the. This is absolutely excellent.
And if you were making a whole quilt, you know, a big quilt with these blocks, that's just going to save you, you know, just being able to spin
Time,
that round.
effort, you get your accuracy. Look at all those different angles that you've got on there. All the different... Can we spin it again? Spin it, Lucy Brennan, spin it.
I think because it's quite new, it's a little bit stiff, but probably with time it would become easier.
Well, interlocks as well, so it's
safe.
you'll get to that point, and then you know, that's great.
So you go there, and then it's. And it won't move. Look, it won't move. I can't just spin it. It's not like a lazy Susan or something where you can just, you know, you can't do that. So it's lovely and sturdy. Really good cutting surface as well.
I like this.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
I didn't know. So you know when you get tools that you didn't know you needed. Until you see it and you go, but of course, this is absolutely what I've needed. Someone's seen a gap, haven't they, and gone, what you need is this.
Yes.
Perfect.
Makes it much easier. And that's a nice size as well. So if you're travelling or if you're going to a class,
take it with you.
You can take that with you. And
You'll
that
be
can
the
be
envy of
your
the class.
cutting mat. Yes.
$32.95. YWGQ48. And of course, what you've cut on there, if you've just joined us, is the lovely Kaffe Fassett. This is the blue. Here he is. This is the man himself. What a colourful chap. Really lovely. A lot of time for this chap. Really lovely. So we've got 4 different fat quarter bundles for you with the Kaffe.
So now I've got the 4 squares. I didn't open it out. I've just realised I've just shown everybody I've made a bunch of these.
Well done.
But I have if you open it out, you've got your square there.
Oh, easily done. Perfect.
What I'm going to do with this one, because I've got this paler fabric, is press the seam towards the darker fabric. So I am going to the dark side with this one. Somebody was asking about that on the Facebook page, actually. And I jumped in and responded, because if you've got a lighter fabric, if you press your seams towards it, you can sometimes see that seam through it. And when you've got the wadding underneath, sometimes it doesn't really matter, but it's quite nice, you know, if you've got a darker and a lighter, just press it towards the dark side. Now with this technique, and because of the way we've cut it, those are now bias edges.
Right.
That's making up the square. Yeah. Those edges there are biased. So again, when you're pressing, you need to press, don't iron, because you don't want to distort that shape too much. Although we are going to trim them. Okay. So don't worry.
And we're on our rotating mat that I now love.
We can, yes.
That's awesome. Can. And now, whilst you're ironing those, I have to ask you about what we would use in the middle of this. Now I've got here some needled cotton batting, the perfect soft warm batting for quilts, crafts and wearable arts. What's a wearable art?
Do it like a quilted jacket or something, a quilted vest.
Oh, nice.
Wear it.
Our waddings and things are all on the website. This is the one we've chosen for this show. Did you choose this one?
I didn't. This is the one that I was given, but this is one of the biggest brands. Anybody that started quilting probably would have heard of it. And the Warm and Natural is a lovely wadding to work.
So we know that it's American because they've called it batting not
Yes.
wadding.
Yes.
Now this will give you, here we go, 1.8 by 2.3 metres or 72 by 90 inches. It's 18.95. It's quite a size, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is. Yes.
So there we go.
You get
Lovely.
lots of smaller projects out of that, or a twin size quilt.
And it also gives you the optional pre-wash instructions. We're not going to have the whole washing debacle again, because we covered that in the earlier show.
Yes.
If you want to know about whether to pre-wash or not, take a look at the earlier show. But it does give you instructions if you want to pre-wash on how to do that. You want to be there, don't you?
I'm going to trim these now. Yes,
Go on then.
thank you. So again, I'm going to use the square ruler for this.
Okay. It's right tools for the job. And
Yes.
this is what I've realised time and time again with this. Yes, you could use your great long ruler, but actually there's no need. When you're working on a small mat like this, you don't want a great long big one, you want a little one.
Yes. So we need to trim these now, and we're going to trim them to 4.5 inches. When I trim, I'm not going to line up with the very edge 4.5. Because then I would be trimming a long way from here, and I would still need to trim this little dog ear here. So I prefer to make sure I've got the 4.5 in there, and I do that using this handy 45-degree angle line and line that up with the seam. And you can see, because these are the bias edges, that isn't straight.
Okay.
Probably to do with my pressing as well, but you know, that isn't straight. So we're going to trim these down, lining up the 45-degree angle along the seam line that we've sewn, and just trim each of these blocks. And then we can use the rotating cutting mat to turn it round.
Amazing!
And trim,
That makes me so happy.
So I'm just going to go ahead and do that.
Nice. Now, of course, if you didn't want to go cut along, you could have swizzled your mat around, couldn't you?
Yes, yes. Do
Awesome.
that with each one.
Yay!
I'll need to do it.
Makes me so happy to swizzle and twizzle. Right.
So that's the corner there that I'd cut.
Am I the only one that's utterly delighted by this swizzling, this rotating cutting mat? Oh, yeah. Producer says he's in awe.
So lining up my 4.5
Yeah.
with that corner, because that's the part that I've trimmed. And then I'll do that again.
Yeah, no, you see, because I'm not very good at cutting along like that.
No,
I'm best at cutting just away.
Yes.
So this is where this really comes into its own. Loving this.
Just lining up the 4.5.
Nice. It's all about the Kaffe this hour.
And then
Kaffe Fassett designs.
you've got the perfect
all the way.
4.5 inch
Oh, that's perfect.
half square triangle.
That's
so we have
perfect.
trimmed, I said there was no waist. That's the waist, you know.
I'll forgive you that. I'll give you that for a perfect.
It's just that
half
little,
tra-
it's just
half
that little
square
bit of
triangle.
trimmings, which you can keep and use for stuffing or something, should you desire.
Whilst you trim those,
Yes.
I've been asked to show you Lucy. Not that Lucy, because she's already seen it. Another Lucy wants to see the autumnal ones.
Oh, hello, other Lucy.
There's another Lucy. I know, who knew? There's another Lucy in the world, which has been used. Is that this one? This one? The neutral? Hey, this is your neutrals, in which case it's this one. Have I got the right one? Yeah. So this is the quilt that Lucy made. Look at it. You see this? Look at that. So this is all your neutrals. This is the most popular one. Lots and lots of multi-buyers. The size quilt you're going to be making, huge. Now, please check out your baskets, because this one is so popular. If you are after this, please do check out your baskets. I don't want anybody disappointed, you know, because we've got what we've got and that's it. Now let me show you these in some detail then. So, as this is the most popular, let's open all these up. Do you know what? Here we go. So, oh, look at that. Really lovely. So you've got purples in there, mustards in there, you've got blacks, you've got greens in there, all those colours, all beautifully in there in these floral sort of mandala type designs, absolutely gorgeous. But then you get, like when you look at the side of cliffs and you see the stone layering, look at that. Isn't that just amazing? This is going for Director Richard's cravat. He's Bagsied that. And our producer getting very excited about this. I've not heard the boys this excited about material. Maybe it's because it's designed by a gentleman. Really, really lovely. The vibrancy of the colours, but in those warm tones, just gorgeous. And of course, playing so nicely there. I'll just move, Lucy, I'm going to move your beautiful thing out the way there so that I can...
It's a quilt, Natasha.
Sorry, quilt, yeah. There we go, so that I can really... This is the most popular one. Oh, hello. I didn't really... Yes, now that I look at Lucy's quilt, I wasn't sure if it was a lap quilt or something. That was why I hesitated.
No, I'm only joking with you. It's fine.
Look at the green. Look at that. Oh,
and that's lovely that it has the spots in that one as well.
It does, doesn't it? How gorgeous is that? Nice. That is 3 out of the 5. I'm loving these greens and oranges. Wow. Hang on. Look at this. Oh, hang on. Look at that. Wow. That's stunning, isn't it? Look at all that. I mean, that's like an oil painting, isn't it? You can see he's an artist. This guy is incredible. Kaffe Fassett, the designer here, absolutely stunning. You know, he goes and puts the most abstract designs together and then goes and waxes in a fabric that looks like it's an oil painting. Just gorgeous. The vibrancy, the detail in this colour. So many of you multi-buying. And then, look at this. It's like, do you remember, it's cabbage roses? That's what that reminds me of. Because you can really see the veins in there. Just gorgeous. Now, if you want to mix some, just some plain fat quarters through to make this go even further, take a look at the ones that we had on the earlier show. Just brilliant. Now then, which one's next? This one next? Oh, the reds. I've made such a mess. Our poor old floor manager, Amy, she's going to have to come and have a good old tidy up after I've finished here. Here we go. Maybe I'll just do it in strips like this. Look at the colour here. Wow. Oh, it's okay to open them up. Excellent. Woohoo! Look at that. Can I move those ones just to there? I know I should fold them up, and I would at home. But look at this. So then you go from having those colours. It's really strange, isn't it? You've got this lovely red and sort of peachy colour, and then you go and get this, and it looks almost psychedelic because of, it's not, but it's just the contrast of the two together. Brilliant. So Kaffe Fassett, just an internationally renowned, how do I describe him? He's a designer, he's an artist, he's designed everything from knitwear and yarn through to needlepoint and quilting, but he's a fine artist in his own right. He's got hand-knitted items in museums. When he does, he is, I think, the only living artist to have a sell-out collection in the Victoria and Albert Museum. It just is, the guy is astounding. And he's on my dinner party list because I want to chat to him. So if you're listening, Kaffe, come round for dinner. We'll have a chat. Oh, look at this. Woohoo! Yeah, now we're talking. Look at that. Look at That's incredible. And then he tones it down a little with a polka dot. Incoming polka dot there. How does this guy put these together? If I did this, it'd be a right old mess. But he's done it, and it is an absolute art form in itself. To be able to put these colours together, just phenomenal. Last one, there. Woohoo! Gorgeous. That is your red. Just in case there was any doubt over what colours those are, that is your red pack. Nice.
And you can really see like the Missoni influence in those ones as well, and like the zigzags and those colours. You know, that knitwear knowledge that he has is really shown through in the fabric there as well.
Gorgeous. Now the blue here is what Lucy's been working with. Nice. This is now the second most popular. What's it been overtaken by? Oh, the red one. Nice. $21.95, whichever one you go for, it's $21.95. SDRW 73. Beautifully cut, by the way.
Thank you. So I've had a little shuffle around.
Right.
I'm going to show you how to lay out your block to sew it together. And then I'd like to just show you how I quilted the other quilt.
Okay, yes.
So these are all the components for the churn dash block. So we have the square in the centre. We have those blocks that we cut from the strip.
Yes.
So we position those like that. So I've used the darker going inwards.
Yes.
And then we have the half square triangles in each corner.
I love that you put the darker one in, so your eye is led to then that pale watercolour.
And it shows that lovely contrast.
Yeah.
So then what you would do is sew them into rows. Like that. And the really lovely thing about this pattern is you don't need to worry about the points. You're literally just treating them as squares.
Right.
And sewing the squares together.
Okay.
The points will automatically make themselves beautiful. So so you sew the rows together and then you sew, so you sew them into rows, excuse me, and then you sew the rows together. And then you will have the completed block.
Like that. Lovely.
So like that. And because you're just sewing the squares, you can get your points to meet up nicely.
Right.
So you do that, you can nest the seams. You have one seam going one way and the other seam going the other way.
Right.
When you sew your rows together, that's how you can get those points matching.
Nice.
Neatly. So that's the layout.
Hints and tips here.
That's the layout and how you sew the block together.
Yes.
So I have two here that I prepared earlier.
Well, now we've had a question before we
Yes.
quilt. Obviously, quilting is only quilting once you get these layers of fabric and the stitch going in, and it's that shape that it gives. It's the actual quilt. Now, the question is, this warm and what was it called? Warm and natural. Is this suitable for babies?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
There are differences of opinion or just personal preferences for which wadding to use. When I made quilts for my children, I used 100% cotton. The reason being...
We've had that on the show as well.
Yes, the reason being any cotton wadding because I didn't want them to overheat, and obviously the cotton is breathable.
Well, let's face
polyester is great because it's easily washed, it's very lightweight, but it's warmer.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're always warm, whereas the cotton, you know, it regulates the temperature a bit better.
Let's face it, if you've got a baby wrapped in a quilt and they're sleeping, you want to do everything you possibly can to get that child to continue to sleep. So go natural.
Yeah, and you can do polyester's great. I made some ones for in the pram. You know, for going outside.
So when you want that warmth.
Yes.
We lived in a really cold house when Freddie was first born, so that would have been perfect.
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. So yeah, there you go. I hope that's answered that. So this is your wadding here. Well, it's called batting because it's American, but it's wadding. It's the same thing.
Yes.
It's all on the website. And from our 9 o'clock show, we had 100% cotton wadding on that show. If that's what you're after. What's this? Is this 100% cotton? Oh yeah, this is cotton. This is cotton too.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. 3 boots, whichever one you want.
Yep.
Here we go.
So I will say about the, I'm going to show you how to mark the quilting pattern. So that's what I've done on that quilt. So I've got my backing fabric, which is the nice dots there.
So we've got those Makower
I've laid that down with the wrong side facing up.
Right.
And then I've used the wadding, and wadding has a right side and a wrong side.
Does it?
So this wadding is needle punched, okay? And it's going to be difficult to see, but on one side, it's sort of smoother, and on the other side, it's got little speckles, and you can feel the texture of it where it's been needle punched, and you can see, you can see where the needles come poked through.
What
you might
does
not be able to see it
do?
on. It just helps keep the layer, keep it together.
Oh right, okay.
So it's punched so that it's flat, and that it's held together. So it's punched so it's nice and flat. Okay. And then you want to be sewing through it the same way that all those needles have gone through the wadding.
I see.
So where it's been poked through, you want that side laying down.
Right.
And then that side on top. To make the quilt, I spray basted.
Right.
So using a temporary glue adhesive.
Yes.
You spray that on the wadding before you lay it on top of the backing.
Okay.
So I'm not doing this properly on air, but you would make sure your fabric's nicely pressed, nice and taut. You can use a bit of masking tape to hold it down if you want to. Spray this on the wadding very lightly, like hairspray, about 30 centimetres away. Put the wadding down on top of the backing. Do the same on the top. Spray the wadding with the spray glue, and then you put your quilt top on top.
$7.95 for the repositionable craft adhesive. You need that, don't you, to make sure that everything stays where it is?
Yes, I mean you can. Obviously, you can baste it however you want. You can tack it by hand, you can use pins. There are lots of different methods for basting, which we will cover. But for this method of marking, you don't want any pins in the way or anything.
Right, okay.
You want to have it just nice and flat. You could use fusible wadding if you wanted to as well. That's another option.
And you have touched upon a good point. There are so many ways of doing this, and we will cover them all. Bear in mind, we're not yet 3 weeks old. No. So we've covered so many things already, and we will continue to cover all sorts of things. So let's do this. Okay, so I wanted to show this because this is my favourite way of marking a quilt. And on the quilt that I made, I had like a grid pattern for quilting. And it's very, very easy to do. It's simple straight line quilting, but you can get yourself in bother with puckers and things like that. And using this technique will prevent that. Can we do it in under 10 minutes? Yes, we absolutely can. So I'm not actually going to quilt it, I'm just showing you the marking. Okay, and explaining how to do it. So I'm using a tool that's called a Hera marker. H-E-R-A, Hera marker. Right. Mine, it won't come with a pom-pom. This is my personal one. Personal pom-poms. And lovely Ali, who comes to my classes, made me this pom-pom so that I know that this is mine. So it comes without that, but it does have a hole. Right. So if you wanted to attach something to make it clear that that's yours, you absolutely can. Because in a workshop scenario, everyone's going to have a Hera marker. $5.95 if you need one. F0GQ43, right? So this is a great tool. You can use it for marking quilts. You can also use it for pressing seams. Now this curved edge has a point to it, but it isn't, you can see there, it's got a point to it. It's not sharp at all. It's not sharp at all. It just has a point to it that helps create a crease in the fabric. Right. Okay, so this part here is the handle, with the hole is the handle, and then you have this part here that forms the crease. So I use my ruler and I mark diagonal lines. So depending on the angle, you can create diamonds, you can create square grids, depending on the angle that you draw your lines. Now with the Kaffe Fassett design that we've got here, are you going to go with a thread that's going to be invisible but you just get the relief of the quilt, or are you going to go with a bold colour to go, yes, Kaffe, I know you love a bit of colour, have a bit more? It really depends what look you want. In the quilt that I made over there, I used lots of different colours. I'm going to go and get it. Okay. I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere.
So for that one, I decided to use lots of different colours, but I kept the bobbin colour the same and just changed the top thread. So I've used oranges, purples, like a blush pink colour. I use lots and lots of different colours of thread.
Through there.
But it blends in so nicely, you can't really see that I've used.
It's only when you get up
It's when you get really up close,
yeah.
but it's just nice to have that bit of colour. I had a lot of fun quilting it, and you can see how effective that grid pattern is there on the quilting on that one. So
6 minutes is all we've got left.
Okay, it's fine. So you literally use this in the same way that you would a rotary cutter, but you're not cutting.
Okay.
You're pressing, essentially. So I put the ruler at whatever angle I want to do, starting in the centre point, so that you've got a line going through the centre, and then you work out, and then you work out the other way. So I'm just using the ruler, pressing down, and then with this, the same action as a rotary cutter, I'm pressing down and forwards. So just down and forwards, like that. And it's left this creased line.
That's fab. Can we see?
So
I don't know
on
if we
here,
can see that. Can you
might
see?
show up on the,
there. There you can see that crease. That's your crease there. So you can just see. Oh, that's great.
And so then I use that crease line that you can see with the naked eye.
Yeah.
And I decide how far apart I want my lines to be.
Yeah.
So I believe I did that one at 1.5 inches. I'll make this one 2. So I've just lined up the 2-inch mark with the crease. And then again, I've just gone down, and that's created another crease, and you just keep going.
And so you carry on.
And you carry on, and you quilt those lines. So using those lines as a guide, you quilt on those lines, all going one way.
Right.
And then you take it from your machine, and you mark the lines going the other way.
Not before.
Not before.
Lucy, thank you so much. Lots of amazing top tips. Awesome. The proof is in the pudding. Beautifully quilted quilts. Gorgeous. But of course, look at that. Look at that. I mean, it's just a feast for the eyes, isn't it?
And then on the back, I've used those dots and just red thread in my bobbin.
Oh, right.
Just red thread for all of it, yeah.
There we go. Each of the Fat Quarter bundles, $21.95. Kaffe Fassett. Yes, Kaffe Fassett. Within the first 3 weeks, here at the Sewing Quarter, boom, have a bit of Kaffe Fassett. Here he is with his gorgeous designs. That's your greens. Let's run through these. So if you've just joined us, you're going, what, Kaffe? How did I miss it? What? It's okay. This is your green, $21.95, AVRW 71. We've also got the blue. This is the one that Lucy's been using. I love these cool shades, but then boom, you've got that black. Gorgeous. And again, we're looking at $21.95 for your set of 5 Fat Quarters here. So many of you multi-buying. Now, the next one is the most popular, which is this. Ooh, this one, which is the one that Lucy made, which is the one that you made the thingy out of, the quilt out of. Keep calling it a thingy. Quilt. Quilt.
My thingy.
$21.95 again for that. Now, this is called your neutral. Pack of 5 designs there. It's very earthy, very warm.
It's very earthy, but that stripy one is so Missoni to me. I just think it's got gorgeous colours in it. Bit of grey, vibrant purple, bit of lilac, red, yellow. It's lovely.
Lovely. And those greens, gorgeous. And then, here we go. Coming up, last one for you. The reds. The reds, those exciting reds. It's fiery, isn't it? So again, Kaffe Fassett, all of these materials, Kaffe Fassett, all of these Fat Quarter bundles on this hour, Kaffe Fassett, $21.95 there. I brought the greens over because I'm very aware that we've had a look through everything else, but I haven't had a chance to show you the greens. So let me show you these, because otherwise I feel it's like we've picked favourites. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, if you've got purples and that within your kit, then you know you can maybe match it in with some just some plain colours as well to make it go even further. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It's almost like a watercolour wash, isn't it? But then, you know, we talked about those stripes. You know, we've loved those stripes. Look at them in purple and green. Yes, please. Look at that. Yeah. Want to see some more? Because we get 5.
It does look like a crystal, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Beautiful.
He's so earthy in some of his designs, and you know, natural. I wonder if nature does really play a massive inspirational part. I think it does. It must do, given what we're presented with. But then you see, you go with this, and this is almost psychedelic. Or look at that, beautiful.
And this reminds me of Italian glass.
Now, you see, I see Indian designs and you go Italian glass.
Yeah, I go
it's
Italian
amazing
glass,
what you see, isn't it? But it's gorgeous. Either way you look at it, absolutely lovely. AVRW71, $21.95. Do check out your baskets. Kaffe Fassett materials today, so popular, so many of you multi-buying. Lucy, thank you.
Thank you.
I've learnt so much today.
Good.
You will make a quilter of me yet. You will. When are you back?
I'm back on Saturday, next Saturday.
Oh, lovely. And what are you bringing with you?
It may be more...
Oh, really?
Maybe.
Ooh, lots of goodies to come. I'm off to Stitches now.
I'm coming too.
Oh, are you? Oh, excellent. Well, we'll skip hand in hand to Stitches. Now, of course, you can watch, you can replay, you can watch again on the website, you can watch again on YouTube, however you want to watch. Check out your basket. It's only 1p&p for the day. Well, let's go stitch.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope that you've had a lovely morning at home. I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. John's with you first thing tomorrow morning, and I'm back on Tuesday. Thank you ever so much for your company. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your fabulous designs.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing, as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.